how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Welcome back, crater-dwelling peasants, to the most controversial show in the whole crater realm. It's Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Now, first things first, I've got to say, in a change to our schedule, tonight is not going to be the wellness, meditation and breathing special. Unfortunately, that's got to be postponed. Tonight, comrades, it's customer services. And for any good customer services department, I obviously need my left-hand man manning the phones. Tonight's operator, let's welcome Andy PG.
Greetings, Cratorian dwellers.
Greetings, Andy PG. Did you survive Divot?
I survived Divot, mate. And on that note, I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates, and the rest of them for leaving me that present. Thank you. That's the third time I've got it now, guys. Quite frankly, you're doing a shit job. I've had worse hangovers.
How do you know you had Divot if you didn't take a test?
Well, I'm not going to take a test, but everyone
It's
keeps
not
saying that to me.
Divot, is it?
No, well, everyone keeps saying to me, "Oh, did you take a test? Did you take a test?" I'm like, "What? I don't need a fucking test. I know I'm ill. I feel
well.
ill." But yeah, I just literally had like real bad sinuses. Didn't cough, didn't feel any shit like that.
Did you say you had a dirty mouth?
Yeah, I had a dirty mouth, had dirty sinuses. It was horrible. But I mean,
Tasted
it
like
was
Bunter Hyden's crack pipe.
yeah, like licking his laptop.
Let's welcome our metaphysical expert, our team member, Sensei, Master Lee, Inner Guardians. Welcome. Salutations.
Salutations, everybody.
Salutations, elucidations, and lack of inoculations.
Yes, good, nice one. So now, as I've just
Got a new one for you.
Go on.
Somnambulations.
Somnambulations. What's a
Yeah, Google that one.
Google that one. Oh, look, we've got a nice little panoramic view of the room across
yeah,
there.
we
Look,
have
I can
actually.
do
Yeah,
wait a minute,
nice.
I can do that. Whoa, look, touching Andy PG's head. Okay, so, right, in a change to the schedule, sadly, Sam from Toroidal Dynamics has some cratorial dramas and he can't make it this week. He's really excited about coming on the show. So we're just putting that one on the back burner. Inner Guardians, I know you had some little mental exercises you prepared for our wellness special. Unfortunately, mate, those are going to have to go on the back burner. Tonight, it's customer services, right? So.
That's fine.
That's fine. Well, you know, there's always more ammunition from the Inner Guardians, stable, ready to roll. But tonight, we want to get interactive. Customer services, right, is about hearing from you guys. We want people to call in or to email us, and it's exactly the same to do it either way. It's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com on the Skype or the email. Andy PG is manning the phone lines and checking the emails. So what do we want to hear from people? Tonight's theme is actually, what does Rise Above mean to you? Okay, so I've already got an email from Eye for an Eye, which we'll be kicking off that little theme with later. But have a little think about it. Who's saying Oma Beats still... I thought it said Oma Beats needs turning up. He's not even here yet. Oma Beats is turning up. He doesn't need turning up. Oma Beats is coming, don't worry.
He needs turning down.
Yeah, he needs turning down. Stop playing.
Did he
Stop playing.
get
Oma
over his crucifixion?
Beats. His crucifixion?
Yeah, didn't he get nailed or something?
Oh yeah, he had
yeah.
this. Yeah, he nailed through his finger.
Yeah, no, it's got to go through the palm. I think he actually took his nail off, or he some really nasty injury to his finger. But he's always late. Shout out to Esoteric Night of Malta. Apparently he had a good show earlier on. I didn't get a chance to check that out. So yeah, we want to hear from you tonight. What does Rise Above mean to you? What has this show meant to you? what have the connections you've made with people in the show meant to you? What has this show changed your life? Do you hate it? Is it rubbish?
Has it ruined your life?
Has it ruined your life? Has it literally turned you into a tinfoil hat maniac?
Has it ruined society for you? In reality?
We want to know. We want to know. So we always generally get calls from all over the world. I will open up the phone lines. I will let you know in about half an hour. We've got some normal business to get through first as well.
As per regular, guys, if you buy some merch during the show, I'll give you a shout out live on air.
Yep.
I'll be manning the emails as well as the call screening.
We'll be talking about merch in just a minute. So yeah, we want to hear from everyone. We especially want to hear from people that have some gripes. We want some negative feedback. We haven't really ever had any yet. We don't, we want to keep it balanced. We want to hear from you if you have some negative feedback, some concern about what we said. If you've got a question, anything, you can call us for any reason. Call us up and tell us a joke, do a stupid impression of Bill Gates, whatever. We want to hear from you tonight. It's all about you. And we will be going through the comments from all of the videos since the last customer services, because last time we did that, it was actually very popular.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear what people think, and I always try to dig out the negative comments as well to try and keep it balanced. I just don't want to load of stuff people kissing our bums. That's boring. I want someone to call us a tinfoil hat or something like that.
Lance, I'd just like to say you've outdone yourself again with the thumbnail for the today's show.
Oh right. Let's get it up one sec. Magix is taking a back seat on the thumbnails, and I've had a little bit of a go recently. I think I've been doing all right.
My favourite was that for the last customer services, Jimmy Savile on the phone, but this is brilliant. It's very current.
Yeah. Well, we've got to keep it current. So what have we got here?
Just break this down, yeah.
We've got.
You're going to get us deported, I think.
Very, very careful what we say. So Commander Putin is sat at his desk. He's got an Inner Guardian screensaver, and he's currently watching. What's that? Children of Adrian. Yeah, because Putin likes Children of Adrian. Do you remember the other meme?
Yeah.
And King Jong-un is stood behind him. He's on the phone. He's looking a bit concerned about what Dom from Sheep Farm is saying, maybe. I don't know. But we're talking about
We've got Hunter Biden's laptop there on the desk.
I was going to mention that if I have to jump off, it's probably because Putin's called me.
Okay. You've been called up.
Just need some Inner Guardian's advisory.
Maybe he wants the heating back for one of his tanks. Because so many Ukrainian tractors are towing his tanks around. He needs the heating back out of your van.
Do the Rise Above Us know about this? I think I mentioned it in the IG Zoom meeting.
I thought you mentioned it on Sheep. I thought you either mentioned it last Friday or with the chat with Sheep Farm. Yeah, so.
I can't remember.
Well, you've definitely mentioned
it.
What have I leaked sensitive information there about your heating system in your van? It's classified information.
Potentially, there might be some heat seekers looking for me.
Oh right, yeah, Ukrainian heat-seeking missiles are going to start locking onto your van. Yeah. So.
I've got a Russian oven and cooker as well.
Of course you have.
Purely coincidental.
So
yeah. Coincidence.
Oh yeah, here's a good bit of feedback. Let us know what the levels are like. We had some feedback last week that Master Lee is always too loud. And do you know what? As soon as someone wrote that in the comments, about 10 people jumped on. Master Lee can never be too loud. Turn him up. Turn everyone else down. Let us know if anybody is too quiet or too loud. Andy PG's always the loudest. I thought I was loud. I'm always turning him down.
It's my deep voice.
Yeah, it is. He often makes the Queefmaster Pro overload.
I got an email here from Zoe Thomas about merch. Says, got any t-shirts? My 4-year-old. She actually says Rise Above when she hears the theme tune come on.
Serious? Okay, we haven't got any. I mean, the smallest t-shirt available would be a small in the women's size. We don't have anything smaller than that at the moment. I will do some kids ones. I didn't realise there was a market for it. So these are the ladies' designs. These are all new. There's 2 different designs out at the moment, which is the trans geisha and the geisha bunny. These are in women's cuts in multiple different colours and different variants. Yeah, so we've been asked for these. I provided. You guys ask. I eventually do provide.
Is this a type of Rise Above gain of function research t-shirts?
What, the trans geisha?
All of them. They're different variants and strains.
Oh yeah. Sorry, right. Yeah, we've got multiple different variants. Sometimes the t-shirts breed with each other and create new variants as well. But I like this
laboratory.
Yeah, I like this. This is Surefire Designs helping me out with these, switching the colours on these. They're really, really nice. Yeah, the bunny design is really cool as well. Mrs. Rise Above has been sporting that. So while we're on t-shirts, I might as well say riseabove.news/shop. We have got so many designs. The white rabbit, we've got whole rabbit. I'm sporting, what's this one? Digital Sun stealth design. We've got reject the Soviet Union. We've even got the limited edition Master Lee t-shirt. Greta Reset. Whole rabbit. Hoodies, t-shirts, ladies' t-shirts, stickers. We'd never ask for donations. I don't do Patreon or none of that. We want you to purchase something that is of value to you, that helps us out as well. All of the profit from the t-shirts go back into our glorious stream. Although Rise Above will always be free, it does cost money to produce this show. There is an intrinsic cost involved, and selling these t-shirts massively helps us. Not only that, what kind of reaction do you get when you wear these t-shirts out?
Yeah, plus they're cool, man. They're cool. Don't
Yeah,
forget the hoodies, guys.
Maybe people can call in with any reactions they've had. Any
Yeah,
side effects.
absolutely. That would be a great thing. We'd love to hear from people that have been wearing, especially things like reject the Soviet Union.
I go down to the pub to play pool once a week with my mate Adam. Big shout out to yourself. I try to wear something provocative. I get particular eyeballed by people with reject the Soviet Union t-shirt. It's always a good one.
Or let us know if you've been using the Everting Exempts t-shirt or hoodie. JD constantly rocks that one. Let us know if you've, not anyone gets asked to wear a mask anymore, or actually asked to do anything. The Soviet Union's basically fallen flat on its face.
I'll never get invited to play pool.
Never get invited. He always complaining that no one ever invites him anywhere. That's why he's always at the rabbit table every Friday night. He never gets any other invites, do you? Poor
I
bastard.
get all esoteric on it.
Right.
Bath Northeast has said about I think it's in regards to t-shirt, Zelensky green.
Zelensky green. Okay, so yeah, I do need to make an apology about this show featuring Sagehead and Toroidal Dynamics. This is on a back burner, and we will be coming back with this. With regards to other Rise Above output, everybody is still sleeping on this second channel. The Rise Above second channel has all the good edited content and exclusive content that I only make for that channel. We've only got 1,000 subscribers. We've got 5.6 on here, so that's 4.6k people, which we need to subscribe to the other channel.
That's if YouTube is telling the truth.
Yeah, apart from that, it's also a backup when this channel will eventually get taken down, as it's likely to at any stage. So make sure that you do sign up to the other channel. The link is in the description. And also, don't forget about the Telegram. We've got people like Sam Carno and the other admins working really hard with the Telegram. There's like 950 people in there at the moment. And everyone's just constantly chatting throughout the week. God Vag for creator president. Yes, involvement.
Just don't mention Gladys Knight.
Oh, yeah, Gladys Knight. That's
yes.
That's a new word. Gladys Knight is a new code word for the P42 Freemasonic sleeper cell agency.
Gladys Knight.
We can't even. I don't even want to say the name of it.
No, don't.
It's a certain operation. It sounds a bit like Gladys Knight. So yeah, when you hear us say Gladys Knight, that's what we're talking about. Maybe I'll put some. Someone can put some.
We're going to need to do another A to Z of Rise Above scene.
We'll have to,
If anybody says it, if anybody says that word, you'll be lucky if you get executed.
Right, you heard it here first. That's why Gladys Knight is only to be talked about.
A fate worse than death.
Yeah, there are fates worse than death. Yeah, there are certain things we just can't talk about on this show, and that is one of them. So yeah, Gladys Knight. Please do check out the other channel. Here it is. Here's a selection of what's on the other channel. It's got all of my travel videos, all of the adventures in Mexico, all of my music stuff. It's got like stuff from Thailand as well. And also check out the Rise Above shorts. Have you seen the Rise Above shorts, Master Lee?
No. Yeah.
You thought I was talking about an actual pair of shorts then, didn't you?
Yeah. You called me out there.
So I've put two out at the moment. One, actually, yeah. I'll play it for you right now. I'll show you what these shorts are. When you see these little ones on YouTube, it's the kind of profile videos that you see when you scroll through. I'll show you what I've been getting down to. No, not that one. Local video. Let me play this. Okay.
Do you want to explain why you started doing
them? Yeah, maybe I should. The reason I've started doing it is because a lot of the time when we have a Friday night show, a lot of the tasty, juicy things actually happen on the weekend directly after the show. And often on a Monday or Tuesday, I have a load of new things which I've basically had downloaded to me and put together, and I make usually a Facebook post about it or something like that. I'm not naming any names, right? Not mentioning any channels with 10 times as many subscribers as us, but what I have noticed is that my Monday and Tuesday Facebook posts end up becoming other people's videos on Wednesday and Thursday. So by the time I get to the Friday show, people have already beat me to it. So the idea that I've had is to start making much shorter, much more concise, punchy, snappy, viral videos. And Rise Above Shorts is part of this YouTube Shorts thing. It's up to a minute long. They are when you scroll, they play already. They're very easily shareable. And I think that this will be a really good, easy way for me to record things in real time on the day that I think of it and get it recorded. So then it's got Rise Above on it, and basically people aren't. I don't like to say the word copying. You know, we're all in this together at the end of the day. But it's like a little record, isn't it? It's like a little historical record. On this day, this happened. This is what I thought of it. So anyway, this was the second one I made, which I put out today.
In the greatest apocalypse ever, instincts are everything, comrade. Right now, my instincts tell me that the media magi at the Soviet Union are planning something. This kind of sorcery usually starts with a story in China, and right now, China's financial hub, Shanghai, has millions under a super hard lockdown as cases surge. Back in the UK, blood clot surge. Obviously, this has got nothing to do with the Britney Spears and the Boosters concerts and everything to do with the virus. 33rd degree Soviet necromancers have foretold it, comrade. As ever, we pray to Ronald McDonald for forgiveness. Rise Above Live is each and every Friday night on YouTube, 9 p.m.
Yeah, right. So when you see my little short videos, comrades, please do me a favour and give them a share. Because just like Cymatics is saying here, the shorts get past Al Gore and reach those with too low attention spans to sit for an hour or 6. Yeah, not everyone is like all you guys that likes to be here, be part of the show and makes a night of it. Some people want a short, sharp little nugget. So that's what I'm going to give them. I've already got another one ready to go with Disney. Anyway, the contents of that little one I'm gonna sort of expand on in a minute. But this is the logo here.
They're like little nudges. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my idea was to have them like mini conscious shocks.
Yeah.
So they're going to be full of like humour, hard hitting, dark occult humour.
As we like to keep it here on the show.
As we like to keep it here, but and obviously they're going to be heavily laden with our slang, because so people need to learn it or else.
Because you're just not going to fucking know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I normally use a stick.
Yeah, use a stick. I'll use a 1 minute video. The other reason I'm doing it, right, is because I'll let everyone know now. The reason I keep telling you about the second channel, our backup channel, the reason I keep going on about the Telegram is because it is only a matter of time before things get worse, and we might not have this channel anymore. I can say that in the last couple of weeks, both this channel and Inner Guardians have got a warning, an official warning from Al Gore. I got one this week for medical misinformation on episode 40, which was the greatest apocalypse ever, part 2. Won't tell me what it is in a 6-hour show. And IG got one because of what Mark Devlin said.
Yeah, they took it down.
Now, Mark Devlin said that on this channel. That's still up there. If that one gets spotted, that'll be a strike.
Yeah.
So we're literally 3 steps away from not having this channel anymore.
But that means we're on the radar.
Yeah, it means we're on the radar. So guys, when I say this, I'm not just trying to get more followers or likes. I'm trying to make sure that you can stay connected with us if this does get taken down. So it's very important that you do get on to the Telegram, get onto the second channel. Where are the links? No, not Ronald McDonald. This, yeah, up here. Rise Above Official Telegram and Rise Above the other channel. Please make sure you get onto it, because yeah, that will be what we'll be broadcasting to if this one does get taken down. Okay, let's have a little wrap up from some of the stuff we talked about in the last couple of weeks, because you know sometimes like we get a meme afterwards.
Yeah.
Right. Does anybody remember? No, actually, Inner Guardians, this was your idea, wasn't it? It was about like impressions and false rendering technology, artificial rendering belief technology. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. You actually said we need a meme for this, but I'd already received it, and it's from Future Ghost. He called it impressions. The reason I'm bigging this meme up, get the excellent button.
This is very good.
it is seriously good. I'm just gonna full screen it. He calls this impressions. Look in the corner, it's like an autonomous Coviot impressions machine.
Dump
Trucking into like an NPC's brain.
just shitting out into their brain.
Like doing a massive turd directly into his mind.
Okay, who have we got there? We've got Will Smith, we've got Tom Hanks, Ed Sheeran, corporations, McDonald's, media, CNN, fucking NASA, Netflix.
These are all
And then
pendulums being pumped into the brain.
Yeah. So just multiple pendulums, and then the NPC is reprocessing all that garbage, and then projecting out like a purple tower block.
A magenta tower block.
Magenta tower block. I tell you what, Future Ghost, he doesn't do a lot of memes, but when he does, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's very good.
Jesus H. Christ, what a memetician. Yeah, really. Lord
You
Schwab
could
is driving it.
You could also reverse it as well.
How do you mean?
Well, you could have the machine at the top. That could actually be the screen. So it places things to draw your attention out, and then reinverts it back in.
Oh,
So it goes both ways around.
Inversion technology.
Well, you need 2 points of perception to create to materialize something. So
Future
even with,
Ghost, I hope you're watching, because we need a 2.0 of this meme. Master Lee just upgraded it for you in real time. So it will sort of be like the snake eating its own tail, like the Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the magenta tower block will also be spewing. Well, all of that garbage will be projected onto the magenta tower
Cyclical.
block. Yeah, cyclical, like mind garbage. Heavy.
Yep.
I love it now because like whatever we say can be memed. It's like now I feel like I need to choose my words more carefully, because like if I could choose better words, then we'll have more eloquent memes. Absolutely spectacular. Really, really good work. 300 people tuned in. We will open the phone lines in about 15 minutes. We
How
want
many
some
likes?
calls.
I've actually got an email already about what Rise Above means to you. Big up Gary Morris. It's a fantastic entertainment and great for morale. I meet like-minded people at various events and protests, but back in the crater, everyone I know is zombified by MSM. Believes all things Divot and is fully Britneyed. The show has been amazing, and I can't thank you guys enough. I apologise for not having anything negative to say. A quick question: do you guys think people are waking up? I'm not seeing it. I'd agree. I'm going to answer this. Do we think people are waking up? Do I think people are waking up? No.
I think some people are waking up more.
The question is the world going into more tyranny and more slavery, or is it becoming more free? Which is it?
I think the world is going into more tyranny and slavery, but some people are becoming more free as a result of it.
Yeah.
I'm completely down with Inner Guardian's theory that
Mentally off-grid.
No, knowledge is finite. There's actually only so much knowledge in the world, and as some people drive themselves into ignorance, other people are able to.
They're giving away the knowledge to the others.
Well,
Yeah.
they're freeing up the RAM in the collective memory. There's only so much RAM.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
it's a great concept.
Yeah. Sorry, who was that from? What was
That was from Gary Morris.
Gary Morris, thank you very much. That's exactly what we like to hear, and we love the question as well. So I think, yeah, in answer to your question, I mean, Inner Guardians, do you want to elucidate on that anymore? Do you think we've answered that fairly?
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good description. So if you look at it in terms of energy, and there's only a certain amount of energy to go around, when I say energy, that would be the fuel for knowledge, because knowledge by itself can actually just be like a dead entity. It can just be just knowledge, useless knowledge. But you need a certain type of energy to be breathed into the knowledge to make it come alive, which takes us back to somnambulism, which I'll explain what it is. It's basically sleepwalking. So what you got is you got people that are wide asleep or sleepwalking. Then you've got people that are waking up. But remember, it's not a permanent state, because you need to fuel that awakening process. So if you imagine when you're asleep at night, you don't require so much energy. When you wake up and go about your day-to-day activities, you need certain types of energy. Well, if you want to really wake up, you're going to need a special type of energy to maintain that state.
Really, like concentrated, like hardcore rabbit juice, like
Yeah,
an injection first thing in the morning every day.
I would describe it more of a fine, sacred substance. It's probably a good way to describe it.
A fine vintage rabbit juice. Sorry.
But also there's plenty. Those that know this game, they're creating lots of mechanisms to send people back to sleep, as we've already witnessed. I've had people over the last 2 years that would appear to be wide awake, and they've fallen slam dunk for the new pendulum or narrative.
Yeah, I know those people as well. So if you were one of those people that was still maybe, I don't like some of these terminologies. Someone that was on still in the middle of the awakening spectrum, right? And you saying, oh wow,
We've got a live one through from Sagehead.
we need a button for a meme like that. Hold the door. Shit. What was I just saying? Shit, that meme has completely made me forget what I was
Sorry.
just saying. Because someone remind me what we were just talking about. In the Guardians, what were we just talking about?
The ability to fall back to sleep.
Yeah.
So you've got relative awakening. So the last 2 years, there's been people that look awake, but they've fallen slam dunk for this new narrative, aka Ukraine.
So if someone was still on the awakening journey and still, in their sleepy, sticky eyes phase, shall we call it, right? And they needed, like what you were talking about a minute ago, something to keep them questioning. Would you say something like tuning into this show once a week or a similar platform would be good? Could that be an exercise that could help people stay in that awakening state? Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, exactly that. We need to maintain critical thinking, critical thought, not criticism. A lot of people confuse the two. It's all about critical thinking, not criticism. And for the most part, automatically, humans generally don't have a critical mind. As we're witnessing, most people have like an automatic process where they literally believe anything that the mainstream media tell them. So going back to what we was talking about, so for 2 years, a lot of people have been saying that it's all lies, it's all lies. Then all of a sudden, a new narrative pops up, and they, for some strange reason, think that the same people that have been lying to them for 2 years are now telling the truth.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, but I do think with the current yellow and blue pendulum, right? I think in the last week that some people might have started to question it. I know for a fact my mum, right, who was at the start of this properly anti-Russian, anti-Putin, started to go, well, do you know what? She was saying this to my auntie the other day. If everything they're saying is true about these atrocities, where's the mobile phones? We always see videos of everything. And, some of the questions we've been asking, or the questions that should have been asked, we've been mentioning in previous weeks, I should say. She started to ask them, and I was like, yeah. I tell you what, I can show you videos of, though, Mum. Really nasty videos of Ukrainian Azov battalion murdering people. There's plenty of those. There's no shortage of those videos on Telegram. So maybe people are starting to question it a little bit because they're really cooking that narrative hard at the moment.
Yeah, I think you just got to look at it as like some kind of test or game. So if you go back to the original narrative in 2020, that was almost like an IQ test for the most part, and EQ test, and then there was degrees or levels of that. So some is obvious, and then it gets really refined.
We've got something fresh off the press just come in. This is a fucking amazing work from Jake Hamilton.
Rise and shine, mate. I don't even know what to press. That meme has killed me. Wait, what's going on? Is it on Gmail?
Yeah, it's on the email. Yeah.
Sorry, in the Guardians. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Just carry. Please carry on.
No.
No, where's it gone?
Get back.
We need someone just to monitor these memes coming in.
Yeah, this is.
I think some people are mentioning in the chat about lockdowns coming back. Mr. Boris Johnson's been hinting. That would be a good test. Imagine if they tried to do a lockdown. I think then you would see who is what.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would love another lockdown.
Well, they've done Shanghai's in full lockdown, isn't it? Like heavy lockdown.
You've watched my video today, haven't you?
Of course I have.
Yeah. So I mean, that was the video I played a minute ago. I look at gists and whole rabbit. I don't look at one thing anymore. I look at the whole thing, and I'm absolutely convinced that they're about to try the Soviet Union again. So, in fact, saying that, after I released that video, I then saw a headline today: Boris Johnson is not ruling out another lockdown. I was like, yes.
Yeah, and in my local park, they've got a massive display in honour of all those that died during the pandemic. So they've got
Like
something
a
like
memorial.
no, it's loads of flags. It's blue and white flags for the NHS. So you can see where they're going with this. It hasn't gone away.
Yeah, like I said it at the start, we're going to have one season of yellow and blue carpet, and then the Soviet Union will just come back, all guns blazing, with the extra spice of a hot conflict and refugees. Imagine all of the extra PPE, all of the extra testing centres, all of the extra COVID infrastructure that will need to be rolled out for all of those refugees coming in. That's another 33 billion.
I
for
look
the
at it
COVID
this
Union.
way, right? I'm going with this one that all those that are going to suffer the side effects, that will be the pandemic. Because remember, the side effects probably haven't even kicked in yet.
Yeah. I think it's going to be blood clots. This is again what I was saying in the video. It seems like they've dropped the. Oh, I've got to be really careful what we say. Maybe I say blood clot in a Jamaican accent.
Bumper clot.
Yeah, call it bumper clot. Yeah, basically, I think it's going to be a bumper clot pandemic because that 33-fold increase in bumper clots that is not caused by Britney Spears, it's caused by the virus. Well, that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's forecasting. There was 2 33s in that story, and whenever I see 2 33s and I make a prediction, it always comes true. Exactly the same last time. Do you remember there were the Asian countries, and I went through all the stories, and there was a double 33 and a 666 when they talked about
That's right.
about Thailand, and I was like, right, Thailand is next to get battered. Lo and behold,
What happened?
it went from 800 cases.
The World Economic Forum landed in Thailand.
Lord Schwab got out of his private jet in Suvarnabhumi Airport. Said, "What a cappy!"
Did any of you listen to what's his name? Dan Gregory. What's his last name?
Yeah, I know the dude.
Yeah, he had a very interesting guest on this week, who is actually from the London School of Economics, and his job is to basically get all the stats on well-being and longevity and stuff like that. And he was explaining that the government are fully aware, and they've got the data to actually be able to get an average or stats on life expectancy based on literally to the month, based on one tweak to society, physically and mentally. So, for instance, if they inject a certain particular type of stress into society, that will reduce life expectancy by a month, week, so on and so forth. And in actual fact, I think what he was alluding towards is that our life expectancy is literally manufactured. It's artificial. And they can ramp it up and ramp it down, and that led me to think, well, if that's the case, it would make sense for them that they don't really want people in retirement, do they?
No,
because
Useless
once you
eaters.
retire, useless
it's
eaters.
all about the pension pots, and it's all about the life insurance company and the pension pots when it comes to the financial side of this eugenic coal, in my opinion. Because once people retire and they go onto the state pension and private pensions, well, we all know what's happening with what's going to happen with the state pension. That's going to get spent on the Great Reset, and the private pensions. Well, who funds all those private pensions? The same people that have the life insurance companies, the same people who own the banks, the same people that work for the RRKM. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense. If you're gonna rig the whole game, and you're basically playing a massive organic realm-wide game of like International Football Manager, when you're just tweaking all the stats and making bets on it and harvesting energy at every single opportunity from every level, just going like that. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I'm really on one.
Especially as we move towards the digital age, because this system's based on the birth certificate at the moment. Well, if they're going to switch it to some kind of digital system, they would also want to upgrade the ability to predict somebody's life expectancy, because these birth certificates are based on the likelihood of the amount of money you're going to earn, the type of occupation, and health. So I think what they're now working on. Well, sorry, I think the original birth certificate is based on your ability to earn money, because that's why they're always interested in the parents' occupations on the birth certificate, because that can kind of predict the likelihood for you to earn X, Y, or Z. I think what we're moving towards is like a health addition to the birth certificate. So they can kind of predict what kind of healthcare you're going to need and how long you're going to live for.
They can predict how long you're going to live by the healthcare that they give you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I just need to address what we've got on the screen here at the moment.
Excellent.
This is the renegade meme. Just
This
been sent in.
came in live.
This Rise Above Live is reaching for the white rabbit every
I
single
think this
Friday
is
night.
like fucking Peter Rabbit or Beatrix
It
Potter or
is.
something.
This knock this one up quickly, comrade. Like Blue Peter, here's one I prepared earlier. Yeah, we love getting memes mid-show, and the best thing is you probably see
Mid-show? Fuck me, we've been going for 38 minutes.
Oh, right, well, yeah. During the show. But yeah, you can probably see on the reaction on our faces how good they are when they arrive. So
Let's get that next one up. What was
right, yeah, we need to address this because we're still in the section of the memes about the last few weeks show.
the weekly memes?
Admins, can we sort out the chatbots, please? We're being attacked again. Our memes are so hot. Al Gore has sent a horde of nano chatbots to try and take us out. Right, so we talked a lot about Will Smith. I did a whole Will Smith presentation last week, which a lot of people enjoyed. Not everyone had seen my Facebook posts on Monday and Tuesday and copied them in their videos. So here's a meme to follow up Will Smith's slap.
Ooh, Inner Guardians. Lee 9000.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Will. Have you
It's
seen
got the
this?
Terminator eye.
Oh, he's staring at him with the infrared Terminator eye. It's classic.
I want to know where they get pictures of me from. I see pictures that I've not seen before.
Someone is procedurally generating pictures. They've got your code. I reckon. Well, once you've got enough pictures of someone, that GAN technology that Human Vibration showed us, you could just generate as many pictures.
Yeah,
from
you
any
could just
angle.
pull them out the ether.
Yeah, easy peasy.
This is great work from Auntie Covey.
Oh, Auntie Covey, are you watching? Send us something hot, Auntie Covey. Let's have something. Come on. So yeah, Lee 9000 is not accepting that slap from Will Smith. What else happened? What else did we talk about in the last couple of weeks? Right. So we mentioned Bruce Willis last week. And the guy's got aphasia, so it means he can't talk anymore or communicate because he's got like some brain degeneration. And we have quite rightly assumed he did probably go to the Britney Spears concert. He's a Hollywood guy. So this is from 12 Monkeys. I need to go back and stop myself getting the Britneys. I think Mr. Willis is trying to say his nappy needs changing. Shitty Cayenne, motherfucker.
Auntie Covey again. With the gold.
It's more humorous than the other one. The other one was proper spiteful. It was like me just going, should have watched Rise Above. Now you got brain damage. It's a bit hardcore.
Have we got a shout out here for some merch purchase?
Oh yeah, who's bought some merch?
Do you want to pronounce that?
Oh, Taipal Sadhu.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sadhu. Thank you to all the Birmingham crew tuning into Rise Above, all across the crater, north, south, east and west.
Oh, we've been corrected here.
Broadcasting across the entire crater realm.
We've been corrected by Auntie Covey.
That
It's
life.
not Terminator, it's Hal from 2001 Space Odyssey.
Oh, what? Wait a minute,
On
wait a
the
minute.
Mr. Lee eye.
Yeah.
Master Lee eye.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, but obviously Master Lee looks more like the Terminator 2 than he does Hal.
The T-3300
Wait a minute, is Hal like from what? From Space Odyssey?
from Space Odyssey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it doesn't have a
2001
body.
Space
It's just
Odyssey.
like an AI, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh right, I see.
Divok AI.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick's AI.
Thank you, Auntie Covey, for that clarification.
Yeah, big shout. What else have we been talking about? God. So when we had Terra Slim along to the studio, he was talking about the dark occultists in the UK music scene. We talked about Ed Sheeran.
Is that Chucky? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, and that
Ed Sheeran's Chucky.
we called him like the Red Death or the Ginge Reaper because he keeps appearing in around talking about people that die of coinciditis. Now,
Has he done a set with Skibbity? Is he?
now you think that's Skibbity? Does that look like Skibbity?
Looks
to
like
you?
Skibbity. There's a picture going around of Skibbity.
I think that looks like Skibbity, but apparently some people are saying it's Jamal Edwards. Well, either way, he was. They've both died of coinciditis.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, so it's just another Ginge Reaper picture. You know, you either get this shit or you don't. I don't need to explain it. It's like it is what it is. Auntie Covey, it's good work. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Ed Sheeran, definitely, because like
Keep an eye on that ginger fuck.
over the last couple of weeks, like we have sort of realised he's in with the Gates Foundation. He's in with Lord Schwab.
Oh, he's in with them all, mate. He's in bed with all the Savills
He
and
seems
all
to
of
be
it.
at least a couple of levels above, your normal A-list music star that just is part of the
They
the
got
cult.
big plans for
This guy's
Mrs. Sheeran.
Is that his missus?
No, I think that's, what's her name? Is that Taylor Swift or some mainstream pop retard?
I don't know. They're just random faces to me.
Has anybody seen the Jimmy Savile documentary?
Oh, we're going to get to that later, aren't we?
I haven't. I'm sure we're going to talk about it.
Right,
but
let's just talk about it now then.
I haven't. I mean,
What day was that released?
the 22nd of March. Come on.
And what is that, Lance? 322?
The day of Skull and Crossbones.
Right,
yeah,
right.
obviously.
The start of the season of Sacrifice.
I watched the
no coincidences
I watched
here
the
on Rise
trailer,
Above.
guys. I watched the trailer, and I'm not going to lie. It seemed sinister, and there was definitely some clips of him saying some stuff in there that I haven't seen before. I don't really want to play videos of Jimmy Savile on the show.
We'll get straight off. They even took down a thumbnail, didn't we, for the last custom services where we had Jimmy Savile on the phone.
They didn't take it down. They just wouldn't show it. It just appeared as like a blank link. I mean, I thought
Grandmaster Ginny is fully protected by the Soviet Union
Savile
censoring.
was a philanthropist. What do I know?
Full-on rapist. Philanthropy, full-on rape.
Full-on rapery.
It's the same thing.
Okay, and just I think on the last one on the opening, this is like the opening subject of the show. Of the last couple of weeks' subjects, we talked about Marina Abramovich last week. She gave a blessing to the Ukraine.
Of course she did.
Now, I floated the idea that Marina Abramovich could actually be Michael Maxwell, who was one of the Robert Maxwell had many kids.
That explains this meme.
Yeah, well, I'm just leading into this meme. This is actually a double meme.
Excellent.
So we got the Lady Ghislaine, which is Robert Maxwell's boat, named after his daughter Ghislaine Maxwell. We all know who she is. And then we've got who's being pushed off the deck here. That's
who is that?
That's Thingy. That's what's his name? Ghislaine's brother, isn't it?
I don't know. I thought it was Lord Lucan or
I
something.
think that's Ghislaine's brother, who's been pushed him off and been replaced by a Abramovich.
A Abramovich. Which is a Abramovich.
The
funny
broom
thing,
witch.
on the right, this is like a Maxwell family photo of like all the brothers and sisters. But you've got like Marina there with Michael crossed out, and that's from the face is from Roald Dahl Witches.
Oh, that was a great movie.
Yeah, it's really good. So these both. Oh no, this is Rise and Shine and Sam Carno and Auntie Covey. There's three.
This is
people.
a triad. The triad of meme sorcerers.
Yeah, really, really good work going on there. And just on the subject of Marina Abramovich, this is, I mean, I've checked out the Church of Lucifer on Twitter, and they have like 1,700 followers. They're linked to the Temple of Satan, which is the federal approved satanic temple.
And the Temple of Set.
So they're legit. This is actually posted by the Scandinavian branch of the Church of Lucifer. And you can see what it says here. Marina is right. The world must unite and get rid of Putin. 3 Danish members of our church have joined Zelensky's foreign volunteers militia. So that's 3 members of the Church of Lucifer. We've donated 3 Bitcoin, which is currently, £105,000 for Ukrainian aid. We encourage you to do what you can for Ukrainian cause. Glory to Ukraine. The Church of Lucifer, our church, of course, stands with Ukraine, obviously. But this is the best one. I'll let you read this out.
Oh my days. Church of Lucifer, 15th of the 3rd, 2022. Human sacrifices as ritual offerings to Lucifer are obviously archaic, barbaric, and mostly unnecessary in this current epoch. However, Russia's barbaric invasion of Ukraine has altered the appropriate norms of what could have been a golden epoch of enlightenment. Russia under Vladimir Putin and the Russian Orthodox Church is not just a threat to Ukraine's democracy, it's always a threat to democracy.
Such a threat to democracy.
It is also a threat to enlightenment and an archaic obstacle to unified citizen humanity, civilized humanity. And as such, so as to help the Ukraine in this fight against Russian invaders, the Church of Lucifer has invoked the ancient, archaic Grigori gods, and that have been
they have to be satiated with human blood, and we officially sanction the ritualistic offering of Russian soldiers.
So they're
as
actually
human sacrifice.
They're condoning the death of Russian soldiers as a human sacrifice to give up to the Grigori gods.
Ancient, archaic Grigori gods. What are Grigori gods? In the Guardians, do you know anything about Grigori gods?
No, not really.
I'll get right. on
I
that.
can guess. I can guess though.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a pretty good idea. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, maybe these are sort of pagan gods that the Siberian shamans were aware
Grigori,
of.
from the Greek something, the Watchers are a group of fallen angels described in biblical something.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, we know what those are. Yeah.
Okay, giving rise to the race of human hybrids known as Nephilim, called giants in the book of Genesis. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Right, so they're basically offering Russian soldiers to the Nephilim as human sacrifice. Okay.
And Marina Abramovic is condoning all of this, and
Well, the Church of Lucifer, obviously,
probably at the head of it.
What are your thoughts on that then? Is that there's obviously no surprises there in the Guardians, but I mean, how seriously do you take something like that?
Well, it could be a distraction, but they
Let's
obviously
assume this is
believe, they
a
obviously believe in
genuine
this stuff.
statement.
Yeah, they obviously believe in this stuff, and I think I tend to read it differently. I think I'll get the gist of that, and basically they're summoning different forces, different entities, aggregates and egregores, whatever sort of specialization you want to give them. We'll probably never know, but it's
Sure.
kind of obvious what.
So let's
they're
read
tapping
between
with.
the lines. It says
Yeah.
in the previous slide, it said Marina Abramovic was talking, or the Church of Lucifer says we need to the world needs to unite and get rid of Putin. Is that what they did to Gaddafi? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and Saddam Hussein. Everyone the media just pummels them, and then everyone just turns against them.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to allude towards is these figures that are public and that you can see. They tend to spout a lot of gobbledygook. But it doesn't really matter because they're not really the people that you want to be concerned about. They're like the mainstream version of Satanism.
Sure.
Well, this
And
is
for-
just. I mean, don't forget the dark occultists themselves won't be putting anything out into the mainstream, will they? They'll use outlets like this: Church of Lucifer, Temple of Set, all these, blood and skull and bones. All
but
these
we might
types
say
of.
that posting online on social media is not something that the occultists would do. This is a show for the peasants, but wouldn't this be a form of digital sorcery?
Yeah, no.
Like
What
to
I'm
put
get-
your intent out.
What
in a
I'm
public-
getting at is they
no,
wouldn't
what-
do it themselves. They get these outlets to do it on their behalf. That's what I'm saying, because it's
Yeah.
never them that actually do it.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
and a lot of this stuff, it only becomes real if you kind of receive the impression of it.
If you rise above it, it means nothing.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, like I would say 90% of Satanism that is overt and public, because think about it. By its definition, anything satanic or of the devil or the denying force is gonna be it has to be a lie.
Right. Okay.
So it has to be a lie. So whatever they're telling you is probably not that. It's something else. Because they can't tell the truth.
Well, I would. Yeah. It's
See what I
certainly a lie. Yeah. No. Absolutely. That makes perfect sense. I think there was actually a meme. I missed that up here, which is what Sagehead just sent us. By the way, I will see memes like this. If people are asking where we can get these memes, you need to go into the Telegram. All these profile pictures, which will probably get you banned from Facebook, they're all available in the Telegram. I put them all in there. So I follow the science. R.I.P. A pink-haired NPC with a Ukraine mask. Thank you, NHS. I was euthanized by the NHS. Got to be careful what I say.
And the Soviet Union sigil, of course.
Yeah, the COVID. Well, I've told Sagehead going forward that our sigils need to be worked right into the centre of all
Yeah.
the memes. I've seen people walking around with T-shirts with Sagehead's meme on already,
With no credit to rise
with no
above.
credit to rise above. You know, I support the current things with all the flags.
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
I've seen
That
people.
our friend Elon shares.
Yeah, I've seen a picture already of someone walking around with that on a T-shirt. So, yeah. We need to copyright this shit. Speaking of Rise Above memes that are available for everyone, which are already copyrighted with our Soviet Union sigils, these two are also available in the Telegram. Again,
I'm an independent woman.
yeah, why not? And what's this one here? Fact checkers decide my thoughts. BBC News, Soviet Union, fact checked. These two are good, but my personal favourite is actually this one.
I donated mine to the MS.
I've been showing this on Twitter saying, "Are you
The
a
brain
are
offering.
are you a registered brain donor? Sign up to be a donor today."
Yeah, nice.
See, now that I'm banned from Facebook, I've still got like 21 days. I've been trying to spread the word on Twitter a little bit more. Lance_Murdoch at Rise Above. You can find me. Have we got anyone on Skype yet? I might open.
We haven't yet, guys.
By the way, the phone lines are open, everyone. This is the customer services show, and this is Rise Above.
Broadcasting across the entire crater realm. #VagLife.
Let me get the appropriate graphics back. So if you want to call in on Skype, riseabove_livestream@gmail.com. Tell us your stories from the Soviet Union. What's going on in your part of the world of the crater?
If you want to complain about the Soviet Union, just give us a call. And you can unload.
Are you feeling the effects of the Greta reset?
How do you feel about Lord Schwab and Health Chancellor Gates? Let us know.
Are you free of the tentacles at the moment? Do you want to phone up and do some impressions, tell some jokes, whatever it is? Please, let's have some feedback about the show. But most importantly, what does Rise Above mean to you? Yeah.
Big up to Andy Tinsley, who's ordered a Reject the Soviet Union hoodie.
Big shout out to Andy. That will be winging its way to you.
In charcoal. Good selection there.
Yeah, lovely
Good
selection.
choice.
What's everyone saying in the comments here? Let me see. I'll just do some shouts. Skywalker76, Bruce Townsley, Nick Longsworth, Ardman, Eye for an Eye, Retro Modern Art, Cheech McDuck. Wow, we've got loads of people in. 379 people tuned in. Oh, we've got someone. I think.
Oh,
is
here we
that
go.
Matthias?
1 second.
You have a chat with him first on the to make sure he sounds all right. Andy PG is screening the calls tonight, and I'll just let everyone know before you do tune in, or before you do call in rather. If you say the C or the V word once, that it will be your last chance. The second time you say it, we will just cut the line. Because we're under increased supervision from Al Gore, we've got to be super duper careful, yeah? So there's no like 3 strikes or don't say that anymore. If you say the C or the V word more than once, either of them.
Also about the American elections. I think that's a biggie.
Yeah, no mention of the American elections either. Please don't mention that. That can't be mentioned. Yeah. So yeah, just be very careful what you say. Use Aborigine slang. So who have we got on the line? Matthias.
We've got Matthias from across the pond.
Matthias, welcome to Rise Above.
Oh, awesome. How you guys all doing?
Yeah, pretty good, man. Whereabouts are you calling in from?
The Pocono area. I'm actually out. I was about to go into the woods to go hike, but I got the call in beforehand, so I'm calling you guys from my car.
Oh, first call in. So you're on your phone, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys hear me good?
Yeah, no, sounds perfect. Let everyone know, in the
beautiful.
comment section, let us know if Matthias is at the right level. He sounds good to us, but
Matthias, I remember you called in on our last customer services show, or maybe the one before.
Yeah. No, that was I think your second or third customer.
Second or third, okay,
I haven't called in since like September, October.
This is number 5, probably number 2.
Yeah, a lot has changed since then.
So how's it going over there with the great reset over the pond?
I mean, it's not as bad as what you guys talk about over in the UK, but I live a pretty secluded lifestyle. I work from home, so I live in the woods, so I don't really have to. I go to the supermarket. I meet my weed dealer.
Does he come to you if you've got to go to him?
Both.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go to dispensaries. Sometimes, yeah.
Oh, sorry. What state are you in, dude?
Pennsylvania.
So you have dispensaries. Are they medical?
Not in Pennsylvania. I got to go to other surrounding states.
Right. Okay. You got to cross the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet with that kind of stuff. No, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we still have to buy off just people. We just have to go meet people.
I guess that's the one benefit of the progressives. You get some dispensaries put up and whatnot.
They've talked about it in the UK for years. Our government grows it and exports it. Believe it or not, no one believes us. The UK is the #1 exporter of medical weed in the world. Did you know that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we export 80% of it to Canada, I think.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that comes over here.
Yeah.
And Theresa May, some
of it gets sold back to us. People in Canada sell it back to us.
Oh, my.
And one of our prime ministers, Theresa May, her husband's highly involved funding and owning grow operations here in the UK that are exporting it. So go figure. I wonder why it's not legal.
That actually brings up a question. This wasn't a question I was initially going to ask, but
Yeah, shoot, go for it.
The medical marijuana. I don't know how. Well, you said it's not in the UK, but over here in the United States, I mean, I've been smoking weed I'm 26 now. I've been smoking weed since I was like 13, 14 years old, and I mean the medical marijuana now. I mean, if I usually do edibles. I usually vaporize it and then make it into edibles. And I kid you not, when I buy medical pot versus when I buy it, from somebody who grows it themselves or whatnot, it's like almost like microdosing, and not even microdosing. It's like, I feel like I eat a tab of LSD almost every day by the time I go to sleep at night, which is probably, not the greatest thing for, my, I don't like to use the word mental health, but, my faculties upstairs.
Yeah, I've got a friend here in the UK who actually has got a prescription for medical marijuana, and there are a few people of exceptions that are allowed.
We have medical, but there's still not a dispensary. We
No,
don't have
no,
actual
no,
dispensaries.
no.
Yeah,
He's actually got a guy who comes on a push bike and comes and delivers it to his door, but it's really hard to get. It's really hard to get.
Oh wow!
But we get plenty of import. We get like import from the States is very easy to get, and it's everywhere.
So
it just comes through the post.
It's probably a lot more expensive over there then.
A lot more expensive. Like some of the prices on import are like through the roof. You can pay like £100 for an eighth if you want to.
And often it's
That's
not as good as
3.5 grams. For
often
£100.
it's not as good as like locally grown marijuana.
People like to pay for the crazy packaging that it comes in. And some people just get regular stuff and put it in the special packaging and then sell it at these ludicrous prices, and people pay for it.
Yeah, and I look at the dispensary weed. To me, I mean, I don't know the growing process or whatnot, but I'd imagine, I mean, that's probably riddled with pesticides.
Yeah, man. Like the last thing you want to do.
Oh yeah, it's not organic.
Don't let the government get involved in that. That's why I'm not that. Sometimes I'm quite happy that we still have this situation here because, I usually know the person that grows it, so. I know that they're not putting, spraying anything harmful on.
Yeah, it's definitely not organic. I mean, some of it you might as well go and put your mouth around a chemtrail outlet and just inhale on that.
Oh, that actually that brings up another question, which also wasn't an initial question, but since we're on the topic,
shoot, go ahead.
Pertaining to marijuana, I guess this one would also be for Master Lee. Is he?
Yeah, in the Guardians.
With you guys right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, he's still here.
Oh, okay. So I heard Santos Bonacci say, I probably heard this like 2 years ago, basically smoking weed. I mean, essentially when I smoke weed, I almost feel like I'm saging the area. I'm,
yeah.
I don't like to use the word hot box, but I guess, whatever area I'm, baking out. And, I mean, is that real? I mean, I don't want to sound like, is that like, it probably is real.
So
and then if
you're
the
referring to
whatever they're putting in is probably, inviting whatever harmful entities to.
You're referring to some kind of sacrament.
Yeah, sacrament. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll find, like, in all of even the biblical texts, when they talk about sacraments, and even in churches, when they're wafting the smoke around, I think traditionally that would have been some form of type of weed.
When I do my mushroom pre-ceremonies, I make a huge joint, and I use it like a sage, and I use it as a sacrament, and I douse people in the smoke and sort of like anoint them with it. It's the herb that I work with.
Yeah, that was essentially my question.
Yeah, well,
because I don't use
use
sage.
It like that.
I was always under the impression that the weed I smoke basically was my sage, but then the government weed, I mean, who knows what if you're smoking that stuff with all those synthetic terpenes and whatever else is in it.
Yeah.
And then actually, I have one more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, either way, I mean, I can't really speak about government, whatever they put into it. It's probably not advisable, but a lot of it's down to the intent as well. So you have to kind of set the state, set the mood, which is, I'm sure Lance will can add to that with regards to any form of.
Well, it's also been. It's also. I know this has been seen in a one of those 60s, 70s declassified CIA documents that smoking marijuana actually makes you non-susceptible to certain. I can't remember there's a certain
Forms of mind control.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's to do with television. It's to do with a certain waveform. Frequency range that your brain is activated in when you watch television. When you're put into that passive observer state when you watch television.
Hypnosis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had been studied by the CIA, by men who stare at goats, those kind of experiments that they did with all of the all that stuff. They did everything you can possibly imagine in those experiments, and one thing that they noticed that habitual weed smokers were basically not susceptible to the mind programming that was used through the TV, through the semi-subliminal stuff, through the NLP. It just didn't seem to work on them. So this old adage of like, oh, people that tinfoil hatters. Oh, what have you been smoking? Well, there actually might be something to that. Okay, there might be something to that. There's definitely something to people that indulge in certain entheogenic plants and LSD. They've opened their mind to possibilities that wouldn't be open to before. So their mind is more permeable. It's more open.
Oh, without a doubt.
So
if it wasn't for I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go carry on.
If it wasn't for, maybe you'll agree with me, Lance, as far as your experiences, but, pertaining to all my psychonautic experiences when I was younger, I mean, if I didn't have those experiences, I probably, I probably would not watch this podcast, to say the least. Probably would think you guys were absolute nutcases.
Hey, if I hadn't have those experiences, I might watch this podcast and think we were nutcases. Some of the things I talk about from my own personal direct experience, if I hadn't had those experiences and I was watching that in the third person, I would probably think I was insane. And I'm quite open to admit that.
That's me though. I'm somebody who,
yeah,
I'm not. Some people could, just be born and not have those experiences and then jump right into this. So that was not me whatsoever.
Well, it goes back to frequency and states of mind. What most people, the majority of the population, don't realize is because they tend to think that they have one mind. And at best they might split it between conscious and unconscious. Well, even within the conscious mind, you've got states of mind, and for the most part, people never use or ever even experience what the best state of mind, especially for any given situation. So all the time through fear and propaganda and stuff like that, most people are always put into certain states of mind that are not conducive to knowledge or being able to perceive reality.
Yeah.
So you got like alpha, beta, theta, delta, and all.
Yeah.
And most people, if you said to me, well, what are you in, beta or alpha? Most people won't know.
It was the alpha brainwaves or the alpha state. Esoteric Night of Malta picked me up on it. That was what was found out in those experiments. Is the alpha state that was affected by habitual or chronic weed smoking. It basically
that would be lowered brain waves or lowered.
That's when the television tries to hypnotize you. You're not susceptible in the alpha state.
But generally, you want to be in an alpha brainwave state, right? That's like the goal of.
Depends what you're doing. Depends what
you're
perceiving.
If you're in a fight, if you're doing something serious, I'd imagine you're.
If you're relaxed and you're out of that alpha brain state, then the kind of pendulum triggers that are put into mainstream media might not work on you. The kind of things that are trying to draw out the emotions, maybe. I mean, this is how I would probably conceptualize it, being a habitual weed smoker myself and someone that isn't susceptible to that. This is the only way I can describe it.
It's like a blockade.
Yeah, it's like a blockade. It's
blockade.
It's like putting up a firewall. Now, for me personally, the reason that I do consume weed on a daily basis is because I find that if I don't, I actually do get absorbed in this world.
Yep.
I'm naturally a very driven person, a super competitive person, right? So without this, to build my firewall, I can get pulled into the binary opposition and the pleasures of this world very, very easily, very easily. And before and for a while I was working for an insurance for a bank in a large call center, doing the corporate thing, get very well paid, and all that kind of stuff,
But was that life serving you in a non-physical sense?
No, it didn't. I was serving the parasite.
There you go. That's it. Grease in the cogs. Grease in the cogs.
Who have we got there? Is that Homer Bizzle?
I've used that in my
hello,
writing
Mark. How you doing?
process.
See.
Got a quick visit here in the studio.
It's Mark, the legendary owner of the Ex Winchester, a really seminal music venue down here on the South Coast.
Had some great nights out at
wow.
your place, my man.
He's popped over.
DJ there a few
beats.
times as well back in the day.
Yeah. Well, it was my weekly hangout.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, back to what we were saying. I think yeah, it is a sacrament to me. I mean, I know a lot of people that probably can smoke weed and might end up, throwing their life away and stuff like that. I mean, or being lazy or whatever. And yeah, that is true for some people, and obviously everyone is an individual. It doesn't work for everyone.
Don't forget, there's a fine line between use and abuse. That's it.
Yeah, the other thing you got to factor in is the actual condition of your mind. So some people who've got a good condition of mind, they can take a particular substance and have a totally different outcome.
Yeah.
So it doesn't kind of work the same way
So
for everybody.
I've got a few friends. I've experienced with magic mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms, a fair few times. I've got friends who sort of say every time they've done it, they've had a bad trip, and I'd say that they're on a completely different wavelength in their psyche, and they can't handle that medicine, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Well, could I add one thing to that, Andy?
Yeah, sure. Shoot.
There was I mean, this was probably over half a decade ago, like in the heart of my psychedelic usage, and I was not awake. I wasn't, I guess you'd say, spiritually in tune in the sense of the way you talk about your experiences, Lance. So a lot of my entheogen experiences were while I was in a horrible state of mind, just completely pissed off, like fuck this. Sorry, excuse my language, but I don't care, whatever. I'll eat half a sheet, see where this takes me. Like delusional stuff, completely delusional. But
Wow.
I'm here.
Well, that you could say that's inner work, mate. You could say that's dark night of the soul stuff. A lot of people wouldn't even consider taking those kind of like mind expanding substances when you're in a dark state or a constructive state.
That's what I mean. There's people, if you have a bad trip, you're obviously not ready to be in that state.
Yeah, but sometimes bad trips can be very, very useful.
Oh, I know, absolutely. Yeah.
Be a powerful teacher sometimes.
Yeah. But I'm talking about. I've never had a bad trip. I've never had a bad experience. But I know people who have done.
I've had
mushrooms and stuff.
unpleasant, edgy experiences that were waves of unpleasantness and pleasantness coming and going. I've never had like one of those. Actually, saying
I've had full on like demonic level experiences. I'd like to think I've shaken all the whatever negativity I've invited into myself when I was.
What am I talking about? Once I literally got possessed by a demon and smashed the front room up.
Wow.
Yeah, that was when I got that spirit molecule a pipe of rest for a go, because I thought we were just going too far with it. When I closed my eyes and something else came in, and then I wake up in a pool of drinks on the floor because I've knocked the table over. Yeah,
I think one of the things. I think one of the things that has to be mentioned, and if you're going to dabble with this sort of thing, and also any form of meditation, is the ability to not get attached to your thoughts or things that are presented in terms of things that you perceive. So, as an example, if you do take certain substances, you may be shown things, and it's almost kind of like a test to see your level of the ability to detach from what you're perceiving. Obviously, it's heightened in those states. So kind of what I'm saying is your firewall will be less. Now, for most people, ordinary people, their firewall is pretty strong for the wrong reasons. Hence, even good impressions can't get through. The truth can't get through. In fact, nothing really gets through, other than anything that's automatic or very easy in terms of like the knowledge of least resistance or easy narratives, like polar or dual type narratives. There's no third option.
Yeah, it's sad to see too when when that people close to you are that's the way to describe them.
And you've heard me mention about some occultists will go into the belly of the beast. Well, this is what I'm describing. So if you're a high level occultist, you can get very good results from going into the belly of the beast and not becoming identified or attached to whatever you're perceiving. That will really make you strong.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're not at the level that you allow yourself to go into, it can actually kind of backfire on you slightly.
Could I ask one more question? This is a perfect point to build off. This actually was kind of the point of my phone call.
Oh, this was the main. This was the main question when you first called in.
I wasn't going to bring this first. I wasn't going to bring this first part into it because it's not that I don't really care about talking about it, but it's kind of deep. So it was probably maybe about a week or so after the last time I called in, maybe the beginning of September.
Yeah.
I was actually watching Rise Above. It was I don't want to get into what happened. I was not acting properly. I was drinking. I was just basically just in my, really immature, kind of just a self-destructive state. And I guess I alerted people around me. They made a horrible decision to, have me, what they call, I forget what it's called, but psych evaluated. And actually, while I was watching Rise Above, I think it was a JD Gorilla episode, I had state police come into my house.
Whoa!
It was not a pretty scene whatsoever. I'm not even going to get into what happened, but it was not pretty. They took me out, brought me to one of the hospitals up here, and yeah, they basically were going to what's called I don't know. They were gonna admit me, so I basically admitted myself. Yeah, so I admitted myself. I figured because I had dealt with this, back when I was like 19, I had a horrible similar experience, and basically they PCR tested me. And back to what Master Lee said, I've kind of held that with me as like, that was like my, I don't know, to this day that was kind of like the icing on the cake for me. Like, fuck these motherfuckers. Like, I'm never.
Yeah.
It was like a belly of the beast situation, I guess you could say. They got me.
It's fucking traumatic, man.
Fuck that. Yeah.
What, so they forcibly tested you, basically.
Well, I mean, if I didn't consent to the PCR test, what are they going to do? Hold me down and I'm going to fight a bunch of fucking
and then they're just going to shove it further up your nose and
Yeah.
potentially cause more injury. And
I figured, I figured, fuck it, I'll do it myself, and then I'll just sit there violently blowing my nose for the next hour and traumatized. But it is.
Oh,
what
so
it is.
they let you do it yourself?
Yes, they watch.
Oh, that's
you,
a
though.
bonus at least.
If I remember correctly, they had me on like Xanax, and I wiggled my way out of there. It was a horrible experience, but I didn't have to.
No shit.
I didn't get put on like. I didn't get put on like antipsychotics or any of that. I was on like Ativan and like I think Prozac, which was probably just as horrible. I was like, whenever I was able to, I was like mouthing the medication, acting like I'll swallow it. It was a fucking just demonic experience. I was in there for like a week.
Sounds awful, mate.
My roommate was like as schizophrenic as the day is long, which is pretty sad to see because I realized I was like, holy shit, this would be me if I didn't, live a more privileged life than this, young gentleman who's probably massively spiritually in tune to whatever you want to call it, but has just been completely drugged into oblivion by, all that shit forever. But I mean, it was an eye-opening experience as far as like being in the belly of the beast. But I guess like another question off this would be, okay, well, they got my DNA. They got it in their fucking supercomputers. I'm not stupid. Or whatever the fuck they're doing with that stuff. I mean, I've had dreams that are, this is some pretty deep stuff, but it is what it is. I've had like dreams to where, some sick fucking dreams since like, shit that there's no way my mind is conjuring myself. It sounds borderline delusional, but I think it's to the point where like they're taking your DNA and I don't know what the fuck. They probably got me like already cloned in a metaverse or some shit, but I guess basically if I was being positive, it's just more friction at the end of the day, I guess, right? That's all part of the I don't know how else I could possibly look at it.
Well, at least you didn't get forcibly injected. That's one positive.
Oh, yes. That was kind of why I let them PCR test me. That was why not that they were forcibly injecting anyone at that time anyway, but best believe I was fucking I didn't sleep
if you'd
much
been
in
disabled
there.
or too old to know what was going on, the story might have been different, mate.
Oh, yes. Yeah, if I wasn't halfway decent with my words and whatnot, because I don't know. Not that I don't really have any labels that make me crazy, but I have a past. I got locked up when I was younger for, I guess, something that most people would think is like, wow, he has some severe anger issues. This was also my psych ward experience back when I was like 19. So I feel like that on my record, I was like, you know what, I have to. I gotta like play their game. I can't,
Yeah, because you don't want to. You don't want to like make your situation worse.
Yes.
Yeah. You got to be very careful.
And I guess this I still haven't even gotten into what I was saying. But as far as I guess smoking weed would tie into this too. And I do a lot of. I only meditate. I hate traditional meditation. I only meditate before I go to sleep. And I've had sleep paralysis my whole life, like demons, whatnot. When I was younger, got rid of them. Not that I was ever really scared of that stuff, because I was always. I read up a lot on astral projection and whatnot. Not that I was ever successful in it past, constant sleep paralysis. But anyways, now that I've had that experience, I've been having sleep paralysis again now as an adult, and having seeing some pretty alarming shit, in my own residence. And if I was younger, I would be fucking petrified. But, now as an adult, that genuinely pisses me off. It's like,
yeah, it's just like it's an annoyance rather than
it's like you motherfuckers, like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't really know exactly what my question was, but
mate, it doesn't have to be a question. You just needed to get that off your chest. It's perfectly all right, Mateus.
That's what customer services is all about.
This is what this show's all about, mate. No problem.
Well, the mere fact you're elucidating upon it in this way, it sounds to me that that you'll be okay, because the mere fact you can talk about it in an objective way and be open about it is a massive signal for me that you haven't been infected in the way you may think you have been.
Well, that's what, or maybe me being infected is actually part of, or whatever is part of the, I guess, my journey.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess that would be another way to look at it.
Yeah, it could be certain things coming out. It could be things from previous lifetimes.
It's no coincidence that the words affected and infected are very similar.
When you were having let me ask a question. When you were having these crazy dreams, had your regular weed intake decreased during that period, or was it the same?
Oh no, I'm a real hardhead. I'll have a terrible experience and I'll smoke more weed the next day. I don't.
Because for me, in the last 10 years, the only time I'd had a break, my dreams went super crazy. I'm talking like Steven Spielberg, full 4K digital, and that's only after like 3 or 4 days of not smoking.
Well, the last time I went without marijuana was while I was in that situation for about a week and a half in the hospital. I didn't really sleep much because I was afraid to sleep, thinking that like I was going to get poked or something in my sleep. But we've
all heard the stories about people in those psychiatric care wards and what they do to people when they're drugged and asleep and stuff. Yeah.
So you wake up in a red room.
Yeah, but
in a straitjacket.
I had some. Oh man, I was just saying my dreams have been weird since then. My dreams when I was in there, which was also probably because I was off pot as well, and they had me on whatever weird ass concoction of fuckery for my brain. But I mean, I was having dreams to where I was already, and this brings up like the whole metaverse cloning ideas in my mind and shit. I was having dreams to where I was in another psych ward while I was in there. Like I was in the psych ward dreaming, then I would be dreaming that I was in another psych ward. And I must have had the same dream like 3 or 4 times when I was in there, in the same psych ward, to the point where I still remember like a lot of the corridor, like it's like internal layout and shit. And it sticks with me because it's like, man, is that like some fucking, I mean, one could only ponder, but I mean, is that like some fucking weird, like, they got me like in some sort of weird, it's probably not really good to really, I guess, ponder that far into it. But
at the end of the day, I think it could be fair to say that a conscious shock, like something like an experience like that you went through, could probably be enough to trigger some pretty, irregular brain activity. So,
oh yes,
that I think that needs to be put on the table straight away. If you're worried about after basically almost being, like you say, sectioned against your will, and being forcibly swabbed. Yeah,
I mean, let's be
that's a traumatic experience. It's a traumatic experience, mate.
Yeah,
it's actually
I
a lot
don't want to
simpler.
downplay anyone that's ever been sexually assaulted. But I mean, to me, there's no difference. I was sexually assaulted by ignorant medical professionals. I
Hey
mean, it
mate,
is what it
dude,
is.
you were raped, man. You were raped with a PCR
exactly. That's
stick.
my point. Yeah, I was straight up raped against my.
The thing is,
If I say that to somebody,
what this boils
I'm
down
sorry.
to is you need to make null and void like any contracts that may have been made or agreements or by trickery to entities and spirits and things like that that may cause damage. And I think this is one of the biggest things that are missing, especially for people that dabble in any substances, is that they don't have a clear statement of fact, or even like in terms of legal terms, like an affidavit. You have to have that prepared in your mind and some form of affirmation before you enter different states, consciously
Absolutely.
or unconsciously. So you need to kind of write down a very short script, maybe just like one sentence that contains,
Strongly.
well, like I hereby make null and void any contracts, agreements, or tricks by entities, spirits, entities that may cause damage, loss, and harm to my sovereignty, higher self, or private self. You can kind of play around with the words. It's all down to the intent, and you need to have that
Yeah.
as part of your firewall. And I recommend that for anybody that, well, you don't have to take substances, but for everybody to have that literally in your conscious mind and subconscious to act as a firewall, as a form of protection.
It's like a safe word for yourself.
Yeah, that's real saging. That would be real
Mm.
saging.
It's like setting a real strong like intent before you're.
Yeah, it's called boundaries. So we all know the problems that people encounter when they don't have boundaries in the physical realm. If you live your life with no boundaries, you'll get into all kinds of trouble. Well, it's equally the same in the non-physical aspects of humanity. So we need to set boundaries, and they have to. It's lawful. They have to obey them, especially if they're coming from the higher self or the private self. But the key to it is to keep it as simple as possible. You don't need to learn these in Sanskrit or anything like that. Just write down on a bit of paper one sentence that contains words such as "I hereby make null and void any contracts, agreements, or forms of trickery."
Let's not forget, guys, that the world is spoken into existence. All you have to do is speak the words into the ether.
And just one quick point. So when we talk about the spoken word, it doesn't have to be actually spoken. It can be like the mental voice, but you have to say it as though it's spoken. And this is something that people get confused with. So they may have some kind of mantra or affirmation that they say in their mind, and it doesn't work. That's probably because they're not saying it as if they're saying it aloud. So you don't have to say it aloud, but you have to say it as if you're saying it aloud. That reinforces the intention or the intent behind the affirmation, makes it real.
So you're not just speaking it in the physical realm, you're speaking it in the mental realm.
Yeah, but you have to speak it in the mental realm as if you're speaking it in the real,
sure.
real
Literally
realm.
say it in your head. Say it to yourself.
Yeah, and a good way to practice is like intent is to start reading. Literally read any book, but read it aloud. Then practice reading books as if you're reading it aloud. So rather than just reading books where you're using your mental capacity to read and translate or whatever, when we talk about like the word becomes flesh or the word can manifest, that is the power or lack of power of our ability to manifest. So we have to reinforce it and be able to read as though we're reading it aloud. But you can start off by actually reading it aloud. So if you've got police stood in front of you and you want to make an affirmation, if you stand there and say it, they might think you're crazy. They might lock you up because of it. I mean, I use it all the time. So even if I'm dealing with in a shop or something like that, and I'm dealing with a tricky situation, I may make an affirmation in my mind, but it's not just a casual thought. It's a strong intent, and I'll say it in my mind as if I'm saying it to the person or the entity.
I do that. I've done that in job interviews.
Yeah,
No shit, right? When I've been,
I do that shit all the time.
I used to be a chef, yeah. And I remember when I was really young, when I was like 15, 16, working in kitchens, because I used to work in quite high-end kitchens, like 5-star hotels, Michelin star restaurants and stuff.
Oh yeah.
when I was getting a bollocking from a senior chef, I used to just sit there, just shut up. But in my mind, I was just thinking, shut up, just shut up, stop having a go at me. Like literally saying it in my mind when I was I was a teenager.
Did it ever
Back
work?
to that.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I mean, I'm still here. None of them killed me.
I was gonna say back to that experience I was having at that hospital. Whenever I'd meet with the god awful psychiatrist, I mean, I would be doing the same thing, and I don't even remember if Master Lee had brought up this concept yet of talking to their parasites or their whatever's influencing them. And I almost felt like when I was in there, every single person I talked to, I was having an internal dialogue. I don't know if they were talking back to me. I don't think, but me, I was having my own I was giving them some words, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've said it before that as an example, when somebody approaches me or if I approach somebody, I factor in that I'm not just speaking to that person with whatever words they're using or I'm using. I have to also factor in what is actually controlling their words or giving them the words. What is the source of their
Is it actually them?
language? Yeah. Now, when you start to live life like that, you start to realize that most things that people say and equally do, it's not actually them that is doing it. And quite often they probably won't even remember half the time.
It could
And
be
you can normally
it could
tell
be a
by the
program
state.
running.
Yeah, you can normally tell as well by their state. You can see it in the eyes, like it's the eyes of the windows to the
The
soul.
eyes don't lie.
Yeah,
I have a
so
lot
quite
of
often,
those situations.
and what you can actually do is you can actually take them out of that chain of thought, or you could call it channeling. So if they're channeling a particular entity, you can actually take them out of it. The easiest way to do it is to actually call them out. But like I say, you have to keep the language simple, very, very simple, direct. The more direct, the better. Like, who are you? You know, there's no
What
kind
do
of
you
like,
want?
yeah, they can't. See, you've got to
Yeah.
avoid like any form of sophistry, and sort of they may try and use doublespeak or word magic or something like that. You just got to keep it as direct as possible, even if you do it
I do, yeah.
non-verbally. And you'll be surprised with the results that you'll get. Very surprised.
Yeah, I've maybe I haven't done it 100% properly, but I've had some pretty. I've definitely annoyed a few people. Not directly, like, "Hey, man, what are your which parasite is talking to me?" I've been not saying anything to that degree.
You
like,
haven't called
verbally
them
to
out
but-
directly like Lee does.
Well, no, I do, but not. I don't
Master
say it
Lee knows
directly,
him by
it's
name.
kind of- I don't even know how to explain, I guess, because it's still a new concept to me. But I feel like I use my father for an example. I talk to my father a lot, and I'll notice sometimes he's a real stubborn guy like me, real hard head, real like if you say something to him that he doesn't like, it's just going to turn into like a tough guy back and forth. But I've noticed that I have been able to call him out on some things and without having that reaction, kind of, if I do it correctly and not because I guess you could. I mean, even if somebody is talking to you or their entity, whatever's influencing them is talking to you, you could still. I mean, I'd imagine they're still there. You could still say something incorrectly, and instead of abolishing that parasite or whatever, you're actually now angering their actual original self. Am I saying that correctly? Or?
Yeah, that makes sense. I suppose there's that possibility as well. Yeah.
Well, quite often, right, when you sort of go down this path and explore this phenomena, you'll find that a lot of the voices that you'll end up speaking to would have been inserted when they were children. So something that they've carried all their life, and it may be buried, and then it suddenly appears in any given moment. And quite often, the person will be reduced to some kind of childhood memory. You'll actually take them back in some form of exorcism. Because as children, that's when a lot of these things get implanted at a particular age, around about 7 years old.
Yeah, so these programs could have been running, or people could have had these parasite entities, acting on their behalf for ages. That could be like a part of their personality. This could be what we call split personalities.
Well, that's why I say I would. I'm sorry, Lance.
No, I'm
terrible with the interrupting.
No, that's okay. I was finished.
That as far as I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Let me not interrupt again. You guys.
No, it's okay. I think the fact is you've been putting this into practice, which is good.
Equally, we all have them, so we have to get clear of our own. So it's difficult to go around trying to confront or clear other people's if we're communicating with artificial voices or personalities, and it's basically you're just purifying your personality, your ego. And these particular personalities that are contained within the personality or ego, they can be triggered. So you may have a particular version of a personality that's been kind of buried. And equally, one could be used as a coping mechanism. Because, the coping mechanisms that we use are normally from childhood. So whenever we are confronted with difficult situations as a child, we figure out a way of coping with it. So there could be voices that we use to speak to ourselves. They can also be voices that we use to speak to our parents or school teachers or other kids. And if they work, guess what? We keep them. But they may not, it may not be the best way. It could just be a very shortcut way of resolving a problem or some type of suffering or pain that we have. But they stick with us. And unfortunately, if we keep using them as adults, they can get you into trouble.
Yeah, I just need to address this comment that we've put up on the screen. This is the customer services show, right? And we do invite feedback. James Baker has basically said, wankers talking absolute bollocks. Now, obviously, we would like James Baker to call in on Skype, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. No, absolutely, because if someone doesn't like what we're saying, we want to hear about it and let's have a discussion rather than, just type in expletives in the comment section. And now he's calling people crystal meth heads in the comment section because they're speaking about crystal healing. So yeah, James Baker, if you don't like what we're saying, please call in. We're going to free up the phone line in a minute. This is the customer service.
Yeah, we'll treat you with respect.
We'll have a respectful dialogue. But obviously, if you've got some feedback,
I mean, you've already called us wankers, but we'll be nice.
No, it's fine. All right, Matthias, mate. It's been half an hour now. Thank you very much for calling in, and don't be a stranger in the future, mate. Okay?
Yeah, man, it's great to talk to you again.
No, I'll call in next time.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
It.
Rise above, brother.
Have a good, awesome. Rise above.
Rise above.
Okay, so the phone lines are now open again. It's Rise Above Customer Services.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
We especially want to hear from James Baker, who doesn't like what we're talking about. Let's have a conversation.
Which is
about
cool.
It.
We don't have to agree on everything.
No. This
is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that this has been evoked at this particular moment? You're witnessing what we're discussing in real time.
Wow. So you're talking about people with parasitic entities that speak on their behalf and react to stimuli on their behalf, and you think that potentially we could be seeing that in real time with what's he called, James Baker? Maybe we're speaking. Maybe James Baker's parasite is calling us wankers. Maybe that's the case.
There's somebody else. There's somebody else in the chat as well.
Oh, there's someone else.
Yeah.
What have we got here?
Okay, all right. But thank you very much, Matthias, for tuning in, for calling in. Right, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com if you would like to chat to us on Skype. If you'd like to email us, Andy PG is our operator here. He will screen the calls. What's going on here? What's saying? Bailey has called out IG, reckons he'd destroy him in a 1-to-1. Check the comments. Is someone challenging Master Lee to a debate?
That would be...
Bailey Montblanc, if you don't like what Master Lee is saying or you disagree with him, this is your opportunity to have a 1-to-1 with him live in front of everyone. It's Rise Above Live. This is customer services. Don't
they just bitch in the comments, man. Come on.
Yeah, but why not call in? If I was totally disagreeing with what we were saying and I had loads of ideas and I wanted to share it, I would be the first person to call into the show.
Yeah, and we don't guys in the chat, I know you're not, just like, don't just go after them just because they don't agree with us. Like, don't.
No. We want to encourage these people to
talk
call
to these
in.
People.
Absolutely. In the meantime, let's check the latest offering. Who's this from? Who sent this meme? Rise and Shine.
Oh, yeah, Rise and Shine again. Live. This is, as we speak.
We need a special button for
He's
these
at
memes.
home listening and watching Rise Above whilst memeing
Making memes.
in real time.
Let me get rid of the graphics so you can probably see this one. So this is a new shot. Chaotic scenes in London as the miracle fifth booster is announced. Government officials surge the public to trust the science.
And what time is it there,
It was
lads?
released at 3:22.
Of course.
Straight from BBC News.
I'd like to give a shout out to Claire Bayliss.
Oh, Claire's bought a T-shirt. What T-shirt she bought?
One sec. Transgeisha woman tee, military green. Good choice.
Oh, she's gone for this design, one of the new ladies' cuts.
Nice.
The trans geisha and the geisha bunny, but military green. Here we've got black and cassis. Lovely feminine colours for the ladies on these cuts.
Yeah.
Don't say I don't provide, girls. Come on, you asked for the girls' cuts with some nice feminine designs, and I have provided. All the T-shirts, all the profits go into helping the stream. Remember, Rise Above will always be free, but it does cost us money to put this on.
And Kirsty Careth, big up yourself. Ordered a Transgeisha woman t-shirt as well. Big up.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we are still having call-ins, you know. Where's Omar Beats? Mark, did you come around it?
He's on his way.
Oh, he's on his way. All right. Omar Beats is officially on his way. He's going to be playing in our interval. So, I mean, I've got some more news stories. I think we should probably just crack on with our regular business.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, okay. So where did we get to? We were talking about Abramovich. Okay, here's a good one. We have another caller. We have another caller. We don't need to screen Hogman Munch. We know about him. Hogdown Munch, welcome to Rise Above. Hello. You are live on Rise Above. Please don't say the C or the V word.
What, Coviet?
Yeah, no, Coviet's fine. That's all right.
Hey, Coviet, man. What's wrong with you?
Welcome back, bro.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's good, man. Just the usual shit going on. Driving me mad and no sleep. I wish you guys would get on a bit earlier. I love this show, man. I mean, you said like calling what's this show mean to people?
Yeah. What does Rise Above mean to you, mate?
I love this show. In all the madness, it started hitting the fan. And I saw your speech. I come on this, man, and just saw there's people, there's human beings alive in the world.
There's more of us.
I love that shit. Love it, man. Yeah, it's great. And I just love this. This is my Friday night. I love it. We don't get to get out much anyway. I've got a child with needs, which is why I wish you guys were on earlier, because I've had no sleep for about 8 years, so we can never stop long enough to watch the whole show.
No sleep in 8 years.
I'm sorry we can't do the early starts anymore, mate. It was getting too much for me. I've got to get home from work and try and prepare this show. When I show you guys the behind the scenes of all the stuff that goes into it, you'll understand why we started at 9 now. It's because it's getting a lot.
I bet it's a lot of work, Lance, man.
Plus, Omar Beats can't get here for fucking 10:30.
Oh, yeah, he's still on the way. It's 20 to 11 now.
Oh, man. I'll tell you, I wish these people would ring in. If one of these idiots wants to, I'm not going to judge them, actually. One of these people want to ring in and complain, man, that's great. So if they do, I'm happy to stand aside. But in the meantime, I'll call in because obviously I haven't got the guts or the testicles, cojones, to actually call up and speak their voice or their truth. So there you go. That's my criticism. Other than that, they're fine. I love them, really.
Well, that's why we do the show, mate. So we can get some feedback and get some interaction with you guys to hear from everyone, you know?
Yeah, I loved the last guy. Mateus was cool, man. When he was talking about that, some deep shit he was sharing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what we like here on Rise Above.
Yeah, he was really sharing with us like that's a hardcore experience to go through that and to come out the other side. Absolutely.
And drugs is always a strange one. I mean, it always depends on the person, doesn't it? Taking, like Master Lee said, the intent, your level of consciousness, and your life. I used to do all kinds of shit. I ain't gonna go into it all now. What I did, I smoked far too much crap in my time. I used to smoke it pure and mix it with all kinds of stuff, and yeah. I've knocked it all on the head now. I don't do anything like that anymore. I don't really need to, in fairness. But I am interested in doing, like the God molecule.
Yeah.
That's something I would try with the right people in the right setting. I'd be well up for that.
With the right intent.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Because if you ain't got the right intent, don't dabble with that stuff, man.
Sorry to butt you in, guys. In the chat, can we do something about the bots, the sex bots, please?
Yeah, sorry, we're being attacked by sex bots in the chat again.
Sam Carno, get to it, my man.
It's like in the Matrix when all those like those robot things are flying with the robotic arms towards to Zion. I swear, every 10 minutes, Lord Schwab just sends a big swarm of these drones towards us to flood our comment section.
No, you didn't say right when the Al Gore and the Schwabists start spamming your chat. You're doing something right, man.
Yeah.
Doubt.
Yeah, well, we got official warning from Al Gore 2 days ago.
Well, don't forget, we wear our camouflage. Oh, it's
Yeah.
above you in camouflage, just 33s everywhere.
Yeah, covered with camouflage, you'll be all right.
Oh man, I want to talk very quickly about the pain of my mum. I love her to bits, and my mother-in-law as well. Just watching the mind control, about the alpha waves we're talking about. I'll put that in the chat as well about the telelive vision programming people all the time, and the effect it has on my mum when it come out, man. It was cobia. She called it couscous varicose, and she wasn't even bothered about it. Now, right at the beginning, I was fooled because obviously my child's got needs. I got my mum on her own with cancer. My mother-in-law on her own as well, and I was a bit worried for them.
Hey, mate, listen, right at the start of this, actually before the start of this, Lance, you were wearing gloves and a mask.
Yeah, I was really scared it was a dangerous CIA Chinese bioweapon.
Yeah, literally thought it was more than a sniffle.
Because I never thought I was in any danger, but I was concerned about giving something to them, if that makes sense. So,
well, don't forget, right at the start, like nobody actually knew, did they? There was no there was nothing.
All the sensible person knew was that they were lying, and that was my first initial response. Is well, they're definitely lying, but the first thing I need to find out is which way they're lying.
Yeah,
are they downplaying something that is actually really super bad and is going to take out loads of people, or are they massively exaggerating something which might be affecting a couple of people? And I know some people will have a massive go at me for even suggesting that there's something real.
Well, I think they did. I think they did a really good. They did a really good number on literally everybody because they hit us in many directions. So, as an example, if you wasn't ill, they twisted that so that you could actually make somebody else ill.
Yeah. They covered all the bases. Don't forget the social engineers.
Weaponise people's good nature against them.
Yeah, the social engineers, they've got the best. It's literally the best in the world they've got coming up with this shit. And don't forget, they've got all the time to work. Like you were saying, Lance, it takes X amount of time to organise a festival for 50,000 people. Think how long it's going to take to organise a global site.
A global ritual for 7 billion people.
Yeah.
Take about at least 100 years.
With literally the best minds in the world. Don't forget, it's transgender. It's transgenerational.
Yeah.
And that's just not for the bloodlines that are actually perpetrating this. That's for the social engineers as well. All of them.
Transgenerational.
Transgenerational.
Right. That's going straight in the alphabet. Transgenerational.
Who wants to meme that, meme squad?
Yeah, meme
Transgenerational.
Right, that's Hogdown Munch. That's his meme, mate.
I like that. I'll take that.
Transgenerational.
But literally, she didn't believe in any of that stuff, right? I refused to hug her. I was delivering groceries at her doorstep and keeping a distance to keep her safe. And she could see how tired and stressed I was, running back and forth, trying to look after my boy, trying to work, trying to keep Mrs. safe, and then trying to get my outlaw, my mother-in-law as well, shopping. And she wouldn't give me a hug, man. And I refused to hug her, but she come out and hugged me anyway. And I said to her, Mum, if you hug me, I can't come because I've got to think about my boy. And she went, oh, this is silly. Don't be silly. Give me a hug. And I'll tell you what, that hurt. That they'd done that to me. They had me at that beginning bit.
Mate, they had me exactly the same in the first couple of weeks. I was like, I wasn't going near my parents. Obviously my parents were being the same. They had us all. I didn't know if there was really some killer disease that was going to take loads of people out. It was, we all to a certain extent. There's some people that from day one that's total bollocks.
Right from March, because I went snowboarding in February, mid-February, in 2020, and literally we got locked down in March, didn't we? 23rd. Just at the start of the season of sacrifice.
23rd. Yeah.
Yeah. And I knew it was bullshit right from the start because I went on holiday with my mate Dino, and he got sick, and he had to go home 2 days early because he was worried if he got any worse, they wouldn't let him fly because he was pretty fucked. And I drove him to the airport in a hire car. We were sharing a bottle of water, sharing a joint. There was no because I just didn't know anything about it at that point. And he got really sick, and I didn't. I literally had nothing wrong with me when I got home.
Oh, here he is.
Over Beats live in the studio.
The latest DJ in the world. It never stops playing.
Turn the lights off, man.
Yes. Yeah, turn the flashing lights off.
Get the flash.
Peasant.
And I'll tell another anecdote. I went to play pool with my mate last night, and one of someone close to him, he said that their mother, his friend's mother, is looking after her mother, so his grandmother. The grandmother's 102 years old, got COVID, just got a sniffle. That was it. Literally just a sniffle for about 3 or 4 days, then got over it. 102 years old.
Wow, man.
Sweet be Jesus.
I had a mate of mine, Mick. He's a very large guy. He's had diabetes for years. He lost his toes, lost his foot, lost his leg up to the knee. Ended up in hospital with COVID and pneumonia. So he had pneumonia, basically, probably, not COVID, but both. And he come out. He survived it. He's like a coffin now. But the other thing is, he went back in a month later with a heart attack. Turns out he needed a triple bypass. If that doesn't show you how incompetent the National Death Service is.
I bet that went down as a COVID death as well, didn't it?
No,
Everything went down as a COVID.
We're going for a curry this Saturday. He's awesome.
Oh,
man.
right. Sorry. I thought he said he had a heart attack.
Nah, it's going to take more than that beat, Mick.
Oh, right. It'll go down as a COVID heart attack.
But literally, triple. How can you go in with a respiratory complaint, or disease?
Well, it's because that's all they were concerned about.
Yeah, they're not even detecting you need a triple bypass.
Some of my friends that work for the NHS that still speak to me, they said, like, they're obviously aware. They said, like, the amount of things that are getting missed, because when people come in, all they're being tested for is with a pro-COVID reaction test. Then no one is even concerned about anything else. It's like, have they got it or not? Have they got it? Send them to the ward. Anyone else? No, I probably can't see them. But, you know, I'm talking 2021 now. Hopefully it's got better.
They literally made the meaning of life was not to die from it, from one thing.
Yeah.
That became the meaning of life.
That was the focus.
Yeah.
This is why people are just so fucking stupid. It's clearly it's easy to see that the media drives you to focus on a certain thing. Like at the moment, it's Ukraine. That's what's hot. In 2020, 2021, it was COVID Union, wasn't it? That's lit. They literally drive the focus, and it's fucking easy to see.
It's the poison of that alpha wave for the television. Like I said about my mum, that same woman who was against COVID from the beginning, she see through it from the start. She was going about her business, getting on buses, going away shopping. She wasn't bothered one bit about it. Because Farrakhan, she people. That same woman, I took her to the bank the other day. Yeah. Now, first you go in the bank, it's all Schwab. So like two people to count at this front desk bit.
Yeah, big sheet of plastic in front of you.
Yeah, QR code scanning.
Yeah, all of that.
What a joke. One person on the counter. Get to the counter nearly. There's one guy getting served in front of us. He puts his hands on the counter. My mum's like, oh, look at him putting his hands on the counter. Because he could have dirty hands. Oh, what's on his hands? I'm like, well, Mum, skin? Probably, you know? Like, what's wrong with you? I go, if this was 2.5 years ago, you wouldn't even bat an eyelid if someone put their hands on the counter.
Yeah.
Admins, can you do something about these sex bots, please?
Yeah, we've got fucking rabbits attacking
flooding the chat.
Sex bots are attacking us again.
This isn't Kama Sutra at the fucking Playboy Mansion.
Just deployed a fresh swarm of rabid sex bots directly to our live chat, comrades.
Epstein is alive, mate, so he's still shodding his shoddy wares on your...
Of course he is, mate. He's chilling with Tupac and Michael Jackson on some fucking new island, an inner Earth, in a crater.
I've just been sent a meme by Becky S that I just cannot stop looking at. Where's it gone? Oh shit! It's to do with the comments. Where is it?
There it is.
Where? Oh my god!
This is fresh as well. Like this is what we're wearing tonight. This is made in real time.
Our memeticians are literally sat with fingers poised, watching the show, listening, ears pursed, like kind of
memeing what they can.
Wow.
So let's break this down. So we've got some fucking, I don't know what these are. Some NPC worm parasite demons.
There's some sort of like low non-vertebrate parasitical.
Where did they find this?
Is this what's controlling the sex bots?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And they're watching Rise Above live. And
okay, James. Now call them wankers that talk bollocks. It is a pretty lame comment. It is like from a bot. Wankers talking absolute bollocks, even spell bollocks wrong. Yeah, I don't think James Baker can physically call in. It probably is just a bot, isn't it?
Maybe it doesn't exist, yeah.
Yeah, most
maybe
likely.
It's Divic AI.
The sand people.
Mate, what are they called?
Yeah, it's just a little entity of Divic AI. Becky, yes, that's amazing. That really is amazing. The real-time meme.
I love it that they're making memes in real time. Multiple Sagehead, Becky S, Rise and Shine.
We'll get one from Auntie Kofi.
It's really cool.
Oh, I didn't check Virus Man's Telegram before the show. I knew I forgot to do something. I haven't heard him for a while.
It's quite impressive that we had an entity attack at real time. Real time.
I mean, it's getting this quickening, this delta is getting faster. It's like we used to like crack.
I like it, mate. I'm
we used
really
to crack
enjoying
a
it.
joke. We create a concept, and it would take like 6 months for it to manifest in the outer realm. A couple of weeks ago, we said something, then it happened a few days later.
Now we're in less than half an hour.
No, we talk about something and it happens in like 30 seconds, and then it appears in the comment section. Yeah, that's really
and then it gets memed.
So what's history? Let's get interactive. Right, history and mystery is saying, where are people sending memes? Right, basically, guys, right now on the screen, it couldn't be simpler. If you want to get in contact with this show, whether it's Skype, whether it's email, it's riseabove_livestream@gmail.com. It's on the bottom of the screen. So you can call us up on Skype.
Some people who are friends with Lance on Facebook are just chucking them over directly.
Yeah.
Sagehead sending them straight to my phone.
Yeah, the memes are coming from every direction. Man, I have to get out of the way. This is how we like it. This is customer services at the end of the day. I've still got shitloads of
What
news.
was that scene?
Oh my god, I've got two more. Check the
What was that
email.
scene in?
Two more. We've got
What
one
was that
from
scene
Future
in?
Ghost and one-
Oh my
Was
god.
it Matrix film when he says something like, "You want guns" or something like that, and he's got loads of guns.
Oh, look,
Yes, I've won
it's the reverse.
about memes.
You
It's
need
the
memes.
reverse.
You need some memes. You think about memes. Well, funny you should say that in the Guardians, right? Because what did we say earlier about? Oh God, where's it gone? Future Ghost. We need to this meme 2.0. It was the Future Impressions meme. I need to make a space for this meme. Literally, our cup runneth over right here.
Look at this.
Oh my God, stop it. Right,
Look.
we're getting a backlog. Can we employ someone else just to come here and sort these memes? Let me just go back here. I'm getting absolutely overloaded. It's fantastic. So, let me share the screen. So this was the meme that we showed earlier on. Future Ghost came up with this, the autonomous covert impressions dumpster truck driven by Lord Schwab, dumping into an NPC's head.
Shitting it out
directly into their frontal cortex. And then they're actually projecting that garbage out into the realm in the form of a magenta skyscraper. Now, this was coined by, in the Guardians, artificial rendering technology. But he said it's actually a loop. It's like an Ouroboros where the snake eats its tail. Because
Infinite.
Yeah, because not only is the NPC projecting out the shit that's been pumped into its brain, it's actually absorbing it as well. So this is we said we need a 2.0, and
that's exactly what we got.
Whoa! This is what Future Ghost came up with in real time. He's obviously watching the show right now. So this is Lord Schwab's energy harvesting service, sponsored by the World Economic Forum. It's actually sucking all the essence out of the NPC's head while he's absorbing the sort of cultural marks of garbage on the whoa,
and feeding it back to the truck.
so probably recycles it and turns it into like more garbage. Wow, we're going deep.
So
right.
this one coming up now from this is brilliant. This is my favourite of the evening. So this is Master Lee's gone after the sex bots in the chat and just ripped them a fucking new one.
Oh mate, this is amazing. Jesus.
God, Lance is choking on his own.
Choking on this.
His own essence.
Listen, I just used to be a humble meme farmer. Now this is just getting totally out of hand. Right, let's get rid of that. We've got too many mice here controlling the screen. Let's get rid of some of these memes.
Oh my God, we got another one in.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Who's
God,
that from?
get that up.
Where is that from? Is that a new person?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God, we've got a brand new memetician that's just come straight into the fold. I need to get Gmail up, yeah?
Yeah, do it, yeah.
This is easily the hottest.
This is interactive, yeah.
Customer services show we've ever had. So this person is called God's Own Spirit Limited.
Or maybe that's the name of the meme, we're not sure.
If you want to explore digitalisation of the global finance...
Oh no.
What is this a meme or like... I'm going to share it anyway.
Yeah, no, look, it's Godvagian. It's got Ra and Isis, L in the middle, where the third eye is. Blow that up, Lance.
Okay. One sec.
I think this one needs a bit more looking at. We've got the counter-rotating who-ish star there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And down the bottom, look, with the sun and moon, as above, so below.
Here's the colour name. This is more like an informational graphic than a meme.
Yeah.
But we like this. Oh yeah. So Israel. and that's actually contained in the 3 spheres of the brain.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you reckon to this, Inner Guardians?
Yeah, I mean it's good. Yeah, I mean it's generic.
It's,
so
it's
it contains
explanatory.
everything.
Yeah, I haven't seen it put together like this graphically before. I've actually just still absorbed
So
it.
who is this? Peter Cullinane?
Well, the person that sent it to us is called God's Own Essence Limited or something.
But maybe that's not their work. So maybe who's actually coined this is Peter Cullinane.
Yeah, that's who that is. Okay, let me get rid of that one. Wow, we
Yeah,
just did a
and,
proper
I mean
flurry.
this meme that's up now is like a distortion of the other diagram that you just.
That's
put.
right. Yeah.
So
Yeah, let me
this
just
is what they're
flip back
playing. This is what they're playing with. They're playing around with the inner functioning.
I tell you what, I'm gonna make a Rise Above short out of this, and I'm gonna do some like animation in between these two. Yeah, I'll make a nice little YouTube short out of this. Future Ghost, choose a T-shirt, mate, and I'll send it to you.
We've got an email here from Andy Tinsley who bought some merch earlier. Big
Oh
up.
right, let's have a
It
listen.
says it's short and sweet. I'm loving life at the moment. On holiday in a Cornish village, no sniff of the Soviet Union. That's always nice. To me, Rise Above is informative yet full-on piss take of the nonsense. Long may it continue.
Thank you very much, Andy Tinsley. Long may our stream continue. Even
you see
after the
that?
internet is gone, I'll be on a CB radio, comrades, taking the piss out of the Soviet Union. Don't worry. I
And if we
promise.
can't do that, we'll just go down the street shouting about it.
Yes.
Did you
Lee,
see
sorry.
that advert? Did you see that advert I sent you with regards to Ukrainian fashion?
Yeah. Was it?
What did you think of that?
Well, it looks
Talking
like
of merchandise.
a couple of boxers cashing in on being Ukrainian, I suppose. I saw something earlier, an advert about an app company about exclusively Ukrainian developed apps for your phone.
Yeah. Well, since when? Since when was like fashion and clothing aligned with Ukraine? Because
Yeah,
they actually
right.
put the Ukrainian flag and made in Ukraine.
Well, since when Israel last bombed Palestine, did you see loads of people making like Palestinian like clothing ranges and going, yeah, Palestine.
Sticking flags up in front of their house.
Well, people do stick the Palestinian flag up in solidarity, to be fair, but you don't see people. I haven't seen like Lee
Syrian
said.
flags, Libyan flags, Iraqi,
Yeah, but the level of online advertising with their flags in.
That's what I mean. They're drawing the focus. It's deliberate. It's fucking easy to see. By default, if the media's pumping you full of something, they want your attention there. By default. Same as
I mean, it's
same
like
as we
Ukraine
know,
has almost as big an advertising budget as Soviet does.
we know. Well, it's all part of this being run by the Soviet Union, isn't it? Ukraine. I mean, Master Lee alluded to the fact it may have just been created for the sole purpose of the Soviet Union. And when it was dropping this from 2020.
Just as a place, just for a bunch of hiding.
Don't forget, with the trauma base, if
to
you
launder
study,
money through meta biota.
if you study trauma-based mind control, then they can't just give you shit constantly all the time. They have to give you a little bit of shit, then they stop and ease off, then they give it to you again, then they stop and ease off, then they give it to you again. So the Soviet Union's eased off, they're putting your focus to Putin. This is like our downtime.
One season of the yellow and blue
Yeah,
carpet.
and then you're just bringing it right back in. They straight flood you with trauma
Yeah,
again.
but this time what we're going to have is we're going to have like season 3 or is it season 4 of the Soviet
And don't
Union.
forget, they've already dipped their toe in the water. You already need this green pass and all that kind of shit
Yeah.
and all of that. So
All that has been implanted,
Yeah,
Matt.
that's it. That's it. It's done. So that now next time they do it, they'll implement something else, and that's how it works. Before you know it, I mean, look at that episode of Black Mirror where it's like, yeah, we didn't even notice.
Yeah,
Well, this
like I said
whole
earlier on.
virtual signaling palaver, you can see how they've gradually eased that in to become like the new normal. You know, if you go right back through, say, the last 10 years with certain false flag events and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and people quickly put certain flags and whatever on their profile pictures. I think that was in preparation for the grand. Yeah.
The grand virtue signal.
I mean, look
The
at that.
biggest
Do you
one
remember?
ever.
Do you remember in 2020 when BLM was in when BLM was in fashion, when that was trendy, everyone was putting just black boxes on there.
It's so fashion.
thing.
Nova Flip had the fucking BLM
Yeah.
fist tattooed on his arm.
Yeah, well, that's retarded. But
Full on
but yeah,
retarded.
everyone was putting a black square on their on their
Black-
profile
black
picture.
cube worship,
And if you
mate.
know anything about the Saturnian death cult, you don't want to be putting black squares up on your profile picture.
It's like everyone that's virtue signaling. Like when you post the Ukrainian flag, you're basically it's got the bloody the Khazarian tag that on it. You're basically supporting ancient Khazaria when you do a BLM thing. It's got the black
and
cube
you
on it.
don't even know what ancient Khazaria is.
All of these virtue signalers are actually tricked into some dark shit.
That's what I mean.
This is what Terra Slim's been going on about to all these people. It's
And
like,
it's- and
you think
it's-
you're doing good, you think you're being virtuous. You are getting roped into things you don't even understand.
And this is why Mark Passio's so pissed off. If you study Mark Passio's work, right, recently his podcast now, he's just shouting at you. That's it. It's just shouting
losers,
at you.
you
But,
stupid, retarded
He's
losers.
literally going into it. But the reason he's so pissed off is because and he makes a good point, and I actually agree with him. He
Yeah, but
says,
do you know what?
Master Lee, you've talked about this before. Like in the ancient world, to be initiated into a mystery school was like really difficult and hard, and they had to keep them real secret. And then now all you got to do is go online, and you can study that same stuff. So Mark Passio, the reason he's pissed off is because all this information is literally available to absolutely everyone, but people don't choose to study it.
Well, this is what I was about to say. This is what I was about to say. That if you look at those that participate in this virtual signalling, they happen to be kind of the so-called most intelligent members of society.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like,
Well,
there's
no,
definitely a
hold on.
correlation.
No, there's different. They're intellectual, but they're not intelligent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the sort of the upright, upstanding university degrees, good jobs, and all of that. They've been able to capture that, which kind of tells you something. It tells you the situation that we're in. It's a dire situation. They've inverted everything.
100%.
Everywhere you look at it's dire. Oh, pretty loud, man.
Homer Beats, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Fashionably late as always.
Of course. Didn't expect nothing else. The Crucible.
Salutations, Master Lee.
So who have you got over there in the booth with you? At the Crucible.
I got a friend of mine, Mark. He's a local head, man. He used to run a really popular bar in town called the Winchester, and he's been familiar with the movement for a very long time. And he just wanted to come and check out what we're doing.
Awesome.
Yeah, good to see Mark.
We're
Absolutely.
going to be working together with Mark in the future, so we've got some plans.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Is this going to be a chat I'm going to have in the minute?
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, sounds
Well,
good.
He's just seeing what he can do. It's like everybody who wants to be involved in the change across the planet, not just in our country or in our town.
The right side.
There's people we're linking with all over the world now. So it's only natural that your friends that you've known want to be involved as well, and everybody who's the same mindset wants to be involved.
Yeah, it's good. Connecting consciousness
Exactly.
since 2020, one mind at a time. Rise above.
Excellent.
That's a good one.
Oh, you beat me to the jingles every time.
Right,
man.
Hog Down Munch, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, bro.
You're still there.
Just chilling
Jesus
out.
Christ. Right, a break is well overdue. Thank you very much for checking in. I saw you in the off-grid dojo with Master Lee. I'll try and come in the next couple of weeks. Keep doing your good thing, mate.
Just one last thing for Master Lee quickly. Your
Go on.
missus just sent you a 10. So hopefully I can make it for tomorrow. If I'm not too late.
Yeah, that's good. It'd be great to have you there.
Awesome.
you can make
It's
it.
Sunday, yeah. Is it tomorrow?
Yep.
No,
Nah.
Saturday's
No,
tomorrow.
Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Sunday, yeah. Don't know what day of the week it is. There you go. But
So
rise
it's
above
the-
everyone. Thank
Is it the occult dojo on Sunday? The inner teachings.
Yeah.
Is that
On Sunday, yeah.
Okay, and then Wednesday night is the off-grid ideas dojo. Yeah.
Yeah, it's where people can just share any ideas, speak their truth, be themselves.
Yeah. A bit of extra space for us guys, and I fully recommend anyone that enjoys the show on a Friday night that wants to have a bit more of an intimate experience with a smaller group, say like 20, 30, 40 people. I fully recommend Wednesday night in Master Lee's Ideas Dojo. I stopped in last week and it was really, really good to connect a little bit more intimately with you guys and, like I say, share stories and ideas.
We had Dom from Sheep Farm in this Wednesday. That was good.
Yeah.
Big up the Sheep Farm crew. We seen you in the chat earlier.
I heard that was good. All right, so yeah, Hog Down Munch, thank you very much, mate. Was Was that
Okay,
everything you want
guys,
to say?
always a pleasure.
Yeah, good.
Rise above.
Yeah, rise
Always
above.
good to talk to you, man.
Take care, mate.
I'm going to put my flashing lights on now.
Yeah, put the flashing lights on. We need some Oma Beats in our life, guys. So, yeah, we will take more calls and more emails after the interval break. More Master Lee, more Rise Above. Don't go anywhere. But in just a sec, yeah, here he is. It's Rise Above special, Oma Beats.
So sweet.
all this crack, drugs, all of that. All of that, just like every other ghetto. Because it's full of crime, full of all this crack, drugs, all of that. All of that, just like every other ghetto. Because it's full of crime, full of all this crack, drugs, all of that, just like every other ghetto. It's a foundation right here, you know what I'm saying? It's my foundation. Where I was started at, where I grew up at, 47 miles. You know what I mean?
the saga. saga. I'm from the place where hardcore is beautiful.
Rise Above, live with Owen Beats in the mix. Customer services, we do it like this. Big shout out to everyone that's called in so far. We are looking for more callers after the break. Owen Beats is rolling in, rolling out. What's going on? What's happening? Yeah, that boom boom bit's back again. Window panes are shattering. Owen Beats is mixing in. Plus, yo, MC Double L's rapping in. 58's rapping in. Danger codes are tapping in. Tap, 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 tap. Big shout out to Hog Dan Munch. Thank you for calling in, bro. Always nice to hear from you. Big shout out to Mateus. On the beats is raising up the temperature.
That's how I like it. We can start for them. Hey, front row gang, your time. Land the crew right there. Yeah.
But the expert dive bombers
They try shut down the clubs, they try shut down the raves, but they can't shut down the vibes. The vibes are running all day. They try lock down the team, get everybody praying in, but you can't stop the people moving. Going back to the rave.
Yeah, Oma Beats is live in the place. We're going back to the rave. Big up Cymatics. I'm going to showcase one of your comments later. I might be a bit high, I'll turn it down. Sorry about that. Remember, this is Rise Above. riseabove.news/shop for all the merchandise. Big shout to Eye for an Eye, Helena Phoenix, Bonfire, Phoenix Bonfire. Come to take them higher. MC Double L with the lyrics you require. Get this broken lighter away from me. This is customer services and we're not mucking about tonight. It's Oma Beats. Big up Bruce Townsley.
They try shut down the club, they try shut down the rave, but they can't shut down the vibes. The vibes are running all day. They try lock down the team, get everybody praying in. You can't stop the people moving.
We're going back to the rave.
We're going back to the raves. We're going back to the clubs. We're going back to the dance. We're going back to the raves, we're going back to the place. No, you can't replace us. We're going back to the raves, we're going back to the clubs, we're going back to the dance. We're going back to the raves, we're going back to the place. No, you can't replace us. That's how I like it.
It's Rise Above, that's how we like it. Big up Yoji 33, Omen on fire. Myself and Omen used to tear up Mark's club a lot. Big up all the Winchester posse. I've been told to check my Telegram.
Wicked start for them.
I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the
back to the race.
Psychedelic airwaves, whole scheme, hair brain, situation pear shaped, flee with the rats from the test tube wreckage. Washed up on shore like a bottled up message. I'm in the dog and duck
check my Insta.
Session where slurring my speech has become an obsession. Iron out the creases, perfection is a parody. I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the anarchy.
Sound of Oma Beats in this. Yeah, sound of Oma Beats in this. We're going back to the rave. Crown Jewels, mate. I can't check the Insta now. There's too many things going on. We've got memes coming out of our ears around here. Yo. Nothing less than savage, savage, savage. The damage that we're causing, the impact is tragic. Crowd is still applauding.
Transmissions, psychedelic airwaves, whole scheme, hairbrain, situation pear shake, flee with the rats from the test tube wreckage. Washed up to shore like a bottled up message. I'm in the dog and duck bottoms obsession. Where slurring my speech has become an obsession. Iron out the creases, perfection is the parody. I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the anarchy.
Whoa. Wickedest sound of Oma Beats live on a Friday night. Dave Jackson says Oma 100%. 133%, comrades. You want me to check my Insta? You sending me things on Instagram as well. Can't you email it to me? We're going back. NCAA come with lyrical attack. On the beats, yes, he's laying down the track. Track a 16-wheeler. No, I can't check Instagram on my computer. You've got to send it to me. Pick up Lord Dopesworth. Yeah, on the beats is laying down the tracks. MCAA upon lyrical attack. We're coming bigger, badder, better. I'm back, we're coming bigger, badder, better, come. Bigger, badder, better, bass hand drum. Bigger, badder, better, get ya. Coming down now with the critical pressure. Oma my selector. Oma my selector. Bigger, badder, better, come. Yo, I'm on my selector. Come with that bass and drum. Yeah. Old school vibes. Big up the scraggly old tramp. Shout out to Cymatics. Nah, I need the gosh. Where's the gosh at? Draw for the gosh. The GOSH. Live inside. Multitasking right now. Where's my gosh gone? Gosh. Mr. Brown says Tim Westwood get buried. I was about to do a Tim Westwood impression then. Exactly. Oma Beats is smashing it. Where's my explosion button? Gosh. Big up Guy Canham, Sam Carno, Mateus. Everybody tuned in. This is Rise Above. We're broadcasting all across the crater, comrades. Oma Beats, live inside the session. Yo, he's live up on the up. Yo, standard, there's no misunderstanding. MCAA's here. Standard, no misunderstanding. MCAA's crystal clear. Standard, no misunderstanding. I'm here when I've landed. Lyric is gonna be branded. Locally outstanding, it's a banger. Full capacity, anger. MC's audacity. Oma Beats, big screen. Lord Dopesworth, I've got too many buttons. I have to cycle through the buttons as well. I'll tell you what. Yeah. Who is the architect? Who is the architect? Yo, many ask the question. Who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. Breaking through the surface, doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Strong sides are tethered, weak links are severed. We strive towards the goal that we've endeavored. Believe, revealing hidden knowledge. These ancient clay tablets, proofs of the creators of this world that we inhabit. Yeah. Who is the architect? Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Forget what your pastor said. Truth is so incredible, it might just bust your head. Yeah. Bruce, I do need a Tim Westwood button. Oma Beats, make that happen. Get me a Tim Westwood button. I need like a breaking glass metaphysical explosion button right here. Big up history plus mystery. I see you. Larry Starling, I see you. Big up RRGR, the City, we see you. It's Rise Above each and every Friday night, 9 PM. Live from the HQ, over Beats, double LNC. Big up the Viking Ferry, we do need an Andy Schwab button, yes. Gone down Schwab. 3 times slick. Yo, 3 times slick. Yo, we're coming on 3 times slick. Hit the rhythm, roll like a Chevy, sounds too heavy like a brick with some accelerated tempo. Full my lyrical switch. Time to rubber the stick of this island, man, but bust it quick and I be sick. Home of beats. Mark and thanks to everyone that partied at the Winchester. It was legendary, it was historic, you know that. It's nice to have a little guest drop by the studio here and there. Time to lose yourself with Boma Bees. I am the shaman who will take you on the journey through the sonic audio sphere. Don't send me things on Instagram, email them to Andy PG. This is how you get through to us. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. As a thank you to everyone that's buying the merch, we are going to do a t-shirt giveaway. When you hear the Liquid Metal Rabbit, the first person to email gets a t-shirt of their choice. When you hear the Liquid Metal Rabbit, the first person to email gets a t-shirt of their choice. You've got to listen in.
special skill of the liquid metal rabbit.
Big up John Bow, you've got the t-shirt, my man, all about the liquid metal rabbit. We've got
They say they want my life until they see my life was mad. My first thing was auntie's friend. When I think back, my life was mad. I lost a lot and made it back. I found connects, I made a pact. Driving up and down the M-way, thanking God we made it back. When it comes to earning back, there's no discriminating. Found I served the whites, I served the blacks, I served the scat, I served the wag, I served the bulls like tennis, man. I never spoke, but they said thanks, they never knew
unlucky
me,
Nick, you were second, mate, but yeah, not quite.
At 19, my mum weren't making more than me. I bought the fridge, I bought a bed, I filled the yard with plasma screens. She found my raps of folk and match. I told her
Next time, comrade, next time.
You can't unsee. I didn't know if she believed, especially when I started buying showroom whips at 23. I saw the feds and they saw P. I got the word they're onto me, cause I was bait as they can be, cause I was really in the streets. I hid my face, it got to the point like, what's the point? They know it's me. I heard the sirens stop my car like, what do you want? They pulled me twice a day, it was long, man's asking questions, what have you got? Like, I'm gonna tell them I've got class A, B and C, man, what do you want? They dragged me up and touched my car. To this day, I think they took my watch. Every day I went through this, I'm feeling the way, don't like the pigs. I was hyping up and talking shit while handcuffed, they caught me in the rib, but I never stopped, I kept on going. They asked my girlfriend, how'd you know him? I could see where this is going, dodging charges they keep throwing. This is what it's like when you're a product of your ends. You hear different tones and different voices in your head. Paranoia kicks in, got me thinking he's a fed. Got me asking why you keep repeating what I said. When I was 17, I used to run and hop the fence. Now I'm driving cars, I bust a right and bust a left. Bust another one, watching the mirrors, got a check. Even though I'm far ahead, I hear fuck it, bust a red. This is what it's like when you're a product of your ends. You hear different tones and different voices in your head. Paranoia kicks in, got me thinking he's a fed. Got me asking why you keep repeating what I said. When I was 17, I used to run and hop the fence. Now I'm driving cars, I bust a right and bust a left. Bust another one, watching the mirrors, got a check. Even though I'm far ahead, I hear fuck it, bust a red.
Anonymous friends with anonymous ties.
Bust a red.
False hopes, false dreams. The smoke in the mirrors on all they see.
Bust a red.
Lost truth, lost cause. Airbrushed lives with impossible flaws.
Bust a red.
Heads down, eyes shut. Imaginary lives, imperfections cut. Life through a lens and view through a filter. That the clouds aren't lined with silver. Hanging on to every like and follower. Our self-worth couldn't get much hollower. So step away from the false validation and look away from our own reflection. We're headed in the wrong direction. Anything for attention. Anything for attention. Anything.
Gosh.
Fake lives, fake smiles, anonymous friends with anonymous ties. False hopes, false dreams, the smoke in the mirrors on all they see. Lost truth, lost cause, airbrushed lives with impossible flaws. Heads down, eyes shut, imaginary lives, imperfections cut. Life through a lens and view through a filter. That the clouds aren't lined with silver. Hanging on to every like and follower. Our self-worth couldn't get much hollower. So step away from the false validation and look away from our own reflection. We're headed in the wrong
Big shout out to John that got the t-shirt. Who was second and third?
So yeah, it was second Nick, third Toby, fourth Mad Pack, and fifth Bruce, and sixth God's Own Spirit, who sent us in the.
I'll tell you what, if we sell 3 more t-shirts, I'll do another giveaway.
Anything for attention.
Last of a sentence, search for the question. Always learn the lesson before you meet redemption. No stressing. You counting all your blessings. The heartbeat now starts with sparking reflection. Crescendo to the drop. That's the main attraction. Nintendo mushroom bomb. Stop bar mashing. Ink on the page for indelible detachment. You now reach the state of chemical
Anything.
Bridge between the synapse, mind maps and spirographs. Trying to react to the time lapse that rides past to the bright mask. You might just find that you'll never get that time back. Try to relax at the climax, don't drive fast, just lie back. With every single interaction that comes across your way and happens, don't think that you're missing that much. Trust me, that's just straight distraction. Everything you can feel in touch, pretty much delectable attachment. Engage now, you're ready for the rush. Something inside this chemical reaction.
Something inside this chemical reaction.
Look at Omer's face when he looks at these memes, right? We've got 2 highly classified memes here. I can't share them on the show. You need to go to join the Telegram immediately. Rise Above Official. I'm going to put them in the Telegram.
Yeah, we definitely can't show those.
Yeah, let me do that right now because they're just too hot for the show. We'll get taken down immediately. If you want to see these contraband memes, head over to the Telegram.
These are like illegal memes.
Highly illegal.
Especially in these Coviet
They're getting
times.
posted in Telegram right now. Rise Above Official, head there. Sam Carno put some links up on the screen. Let's get people over to Telegram. Let's get 500 people in Telegram. Come on.
Example. It's Traffic MC.
I don't even know if I should put these in Telegram, these memes. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it right now. Rise Above Official. Let's get everyone that watches the show in the Telegram group. Turn it up. Put it on my selector. Listen, when Omer Bates plays them type of Bad Man tune, you have to rewind it 1,000 times and more, rude boy. Let's all get banned. Let's all get sent to the sin bin. We can all sit there together with Al Gore. Yeah, Omer, come with it. Omer Beats my selector, rise above. Andy is just farming the memes. Get out your combine harvester, comrade. We got too many memes over here.
Gosh.
What a show. It's Rise Above Customer Services 55. You've got 2 different computers, a tablet, phones, memes coming in every direction. People waiting to call in from Austria. Big up Beta Positiva. Another 5-10 minutes, then we'll get back to the chat. Midnight, we'll get back to the calls. Whoa.
Gosh.
Oh, my beats is the mixing boss. Oh my gosh. Bosh, bosh. Oh, my beats on top. Never take it under. Keep wide awake. Rise above, we never slumber. 6 feet under. Live and out of the bunker. Bring the rain and bring the thunder. Ha! Big up Matthias, big up Nick Longsworth. Nick was almost close enough to get that t-shirt. If I get 3 more sales of merchandise, I will give away another t-shirt to the comrades.
Could be next time, comrade.
Yeah, it could be you. It could be you. Remember, all of these t-shirts are up for grabs. If I get 3 more sales, we'll give away another t-shirt when you hear the Liquid Metal Rabbit. Big up Helen, Oma Beats is making up for lost time, you better believe it. Rise above, each and every Friday night, you know we rise above. Extinguishing the fear because we generate the love. Each and every Friday, yo, my family rise above, we rise above. Extinguishing the fear because we generate the love. Yes, my family, we rise above, we rise above. That's right, guy. Wholesale fatness from Oma Beats. We've got a yard sale right here. Oh, shit. Jesus H. Christ.
Don't call me no local artist when I'm an ambassador in this reggae business. Don't call me local. I'm internationally blessed with my vocal. Don't call me no local artist. And this and this. And this and this. How can you diss?
Oh, shit.
The queen, it's a long time me there. Me well up this in from Brazil to Jamaica like the cup with the queen.
Matthias, this is drum and bass. Rasta reggae, ragga drum and bass. This is the sound of the United Kingdom of the Soviet Union, comrades.
Southern branch.
Oma Beats is #1 selector in this. Don't call me local. Don't call Lord Schwab no yokel. Coming down with that international business, it's Oma Beats, live in the mix. Rise above, let's do it. Remember, Rise Above hoodies, 33 degrees. Digital sun design, yes please. Get the merchandise in the shop. Oma Beats is killing it, killing it. Don't call me. Oma. Inject the blood clot, bust the melanoma, take them over. Standard, there's no misunderstanding, MCLL's here. No misunderstanding, MCLL's crystal clear. From the tip of my tongue straight to your ear. Standard, no misunderstanding, MCLL's here and I've landed. Lyrical skill of it, branded, lyrically outstanding. It's a banger, full capacity, anger, and MC's audacity. Cliffhanger, grip we, Oma Beats, mix we. Sexy. Very, very heavy. Oma Beats live in the mix. It's taking them back. Yes. Draw for the power within. I said, draw for the power within. Draw for the power within. Deeper than flesh, we're going. Deeper than skin. Yeah, beware the shapeshifters. Rah, yo, beware the shapeshifters. They're transdimensional entities, manipulate your destinies. We got the remedy. Break up your frequency, open your heart, cause fear is the enemy. Beware the shapeshifters. Transdimensional entities manipulate your destiny. That's right, guy, we can play. Professionals right here. Oh, shit. Saying professionals and my voice croaked as I said it. Classic. Listen. Yo, Oma, my selector. Well on. It's Rise Above. Hold on a minute. Watch out, it's on my beats. Yeah, come with it, mate. Bigger, badder, better. Live inside the rise above. Hate you, my selector. It's bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector. Word for word, letter for letter. Wow. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 get ya. Coming down with the critical what? Coming down with the critical pressure. Bigger, badder, better. Bass. Bad boy sound of Oma Beats is live inside the place. Yo. Once upon a day, I was just catching. Once upon a day, I was just catching in my yard. Channel hopping through the sky, my mind was floating far. My brother sitting next to me, my shotty blazing spar. Sunday came over me, my brain was getting stabbed. I need some oxygen to think again. Stab what I was finishing. Make MCs diminishing with that lyrical precisioning. I need oxygen to think again. Pull off magic trick again. Make this place go sick again. Show you what's happening. Yo, that boom boom is back again. What's going on? What's happening? Oma Beats is mixing in, MCWL rapping in, that 58 is trapping in, danger codes are tapping in, like tap, 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 with that danger code again. Yeah! Something has been ignited. We got Foraging with Justin Michael, Sam Carno, yes, your t-shirts on the way, bro. Oma Beats for Prime Minister, locking off shots that are sinister. Mate. Big up Jason Jackson. Big up all the Yorkshire crew. Oma Beats is running for you.
It's time to straighten right out.
He's killing it.
Stop you running around, making problems uptown. Message to you, Rudy.
Is everyone enjoying customer services tonight? Let me know. Oma Beats, let me know. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, what we got for them? What we got for them? Yo. Oma. Storm clouds are gathering, darkening the sky. Storm clouds are gathering, darkening the sky. The end is getting nearer, the end is nigh. I see the path to Zion clearly through my third eye. Yeah, clearly through my third eye. The sword is in the sheath, but yet you don't reply. Yo, my technique is legendary. Leave MC dead in the berry. Done it at the cemetery. Well, I'm still live and merry. Live by the mic and you might die by my mic. You might get blind by the light that come and take away your sight. And when the sun goes down, step inside the bright night. Stars will take flight. Past the flame, watch me ignite. Explosive power you weren't ready to see. Lyrical perfection with viral fluidity. No, listen, this isn't pirate radio. This is customer services. Come on. But when it happens, it happens. It's Oma Beats, it's double LMC, it's Rise Above.
Gosh.
We unleash the energy from around us from the ether. We rechannel it, we recatalyze it, and we rebroadcast it to you. Big up Cheech McDuck. Big up George. Viking Fairy. Right, we have approached the midnight hour, Oma Beats. Getting carried away.
Gosh.
Thank you very much, George. Big up Lord Doobsworth. Yeah, Oma, we've got callers on the line. What an Oma Beats session that was. That would turn this guy's mic on. Holy shit, Oma. That was like a full-scale Oma
Yeah, I
Beat.
enjoyed that one.
Yeah, wow. People in the comment section were absolutely loving it. Have you noticed that Oma is much more, what shall I say, he's better behaved recently. Like when we asked him to stop, he actually just goes, right, back to the chat. Yeah, I like that.
That's because he's loving the chat.
I like the new improved Oma Beats.
Maybe it's just
Mark II.
Maybe I'm luring you into a sense of area you don't belong. We don't belong there, man. We belong.
No,
in
don't
the
worry.
rave.
We will have more Amber Beats later on. He's not finished. There will be more. So thank you very much to everyone in the comment section that was loving that. Everyone that's buying the t-shirts. John, who won the t-shirt. Like I said, if we get a few more sales, I'll give away another t-shirt in the next Amber Beats break. Let's get Inner Guardians back for starters. Come on. I'll do the talking. You do the pressing. One thing you have failed with Omar. What is it?
No, I want it.
Always with the lights.
There we go. It's always the same.
What's going down here?
Welcome back, Master Lee.
Salutations.
Sheep Farm really enjoyed the set. Look, Sheep Farm was saying that was an awesome set. That was a high energy, good vibe set. You saw, mate, I felt like I was in the club. I was coming all alive. I was almost knocking things over on the table there at one point.
Right, we've got Austria on the line.
Oh yeah, you're the operator, mate. Get the calls in.
No, we're good. Hello, you're live and rise above. Don't say the C or V word. Hello. How's it? Yeah, we can hear you. There you go.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah. Can you hear us?
I'm using the live stream, but I can see you.
You can see us.
I can see you all. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we can hear you all good.
Yeah.
So how's it going?
Yeah, we're all good. So what's your reason for calling in tonight?
My reason for calling in tonight is if you remember, I spoke to you a couple of months before Christmas about the situation in Austria.
Yep, absolutely. We remember.
And yeah, they wanted to bring in this mandate, and we've been having lots of protests, which haven't really been reported on very much, but they're still ongoing.
Yep.
But they're still pushing the narrative here in Austria. So.
Oh, they didn't stop. They just carried on with the union.
Well, it was a bit strange because people started pushing them and saying, you know, what's with it? UK, Hungary, all these other places have had these freedom days and they're completely normal. And then they said, oh, we'll have one here. And then all they did was they said that you can go into a place with a test because they've had this 2G thing, if you remember, which means that either you have to have a digital certificate saying you've recovered, or you have to have been to the Britney Spears concert.
Yeah.
And by now they don't accept the first or the second, do they?
Right.
They only, so you have to have bought 3 records. And so for
you've got all your ticket stubs, so you're not eating, basically.
Yeah, well, you can't enjoy yourself, and you can't go swimming, and you can't go to a gym. So you know, it's basically all the kind of. It's still lockdown from Brittany.
So they've taken your leisure activities away, or they've taken all your social activities
away.
away.
We heard from Helena Phoenix in Australia, where they've got a similar thing. You basically, if no Brittany, no service in most places. Helena told us in Australia there was a black market of like teenage kids hanging around outside shops. Going in place because you don't need a digital Britney passport if you're like under 15. So they were going in getting people's groceries. It's like the reverse. Normally those kids would be trying to get adults to go in the shop to get them alcohol, but now they're going in the shop to get adults shopping because the adults haven't been to the Britney Spears concert. Is there like a little black market there, like people like offering to do shopping for you?
Well, no, because it's not that bad. So what they did was they said, okay, you can go into the shops again, but to get into anywhere else, you need to have a fresh PCR test. Because what happened with the mandate was that the Constitution challenged them and gave them all these queries, which depended on honest statistics and things that they didn't have. So the mandate got suspended. And they're saying, okay, we're going to review it in July. But what they seem to be doing is gatekeeping and just trying to keep it going by insisting on these terms. And then, you know, there's some exceptions. But now they've gone back to 2G around the whole country again.
Right, and for anyone that missed the start, you're calling in from Austria, so you're actually explaining what the situation in Austria right now, yeah?
Austria, yes.
Yeah, some people missed the start, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so this is Austria, kind of up to date. And so far they've had 3 different people as leaders of the parliament, but none of them, one's worse than the other. Yes. And they're also now, so they're on the 3rd person who's the leader of the country, like Nehammer, he was the head of the Vienna police, wasn't he, before? And then you've got also the 3rd health minister, who looks like Woody Allen, and he's a complete joker.
This is the 3rd since the Soviet took over.
Yes, and he just took over about a month ago, and he came on the stage and he said, "Oh, well, actually, people should be wearing the FFP2 masks." Because they don't even let you wear a suit.
I heard that the police sergeant was only acting. He was only acting in charge until they have a full-on position for him, or has he now been made the dude in charge?
I don't know. Do you know? I've got my friend Christina. She's a bit shy, sitting next to me. Do you know anything about Nehammer?
I don't know nothing
about. Yeah, I mean, as far as
he's a very interesting character.
Oh, have you been doing your research about Australia?
No, I see it the other week. I saw it a couple of weeks ago on the news, and I've seen it again maybe 2 days ago. They were talking about it, about the whole situation in Austria. But they're trying to make out on mainstream media that it's all hunky-dory and everyone's happy and there's no real suppression of rights.
No, well, that's complete bollocks, because there's still a big demo. In fact, there's 3. There's one at 11 o'clock, starting from Schwarzenbergplatz. There's one which is at Heldenplatz. People gather at 1 o'clock. And then there's points all around the ring, like the main kind of thing that goes around the inside of the city every Saturday. And there's still demos in other cities. Yeah, because people are getting really fed up with it.
I can imagine they are. And how many people would you say, on average, in percentage of your population in your local community and in the whole country, are affected by these new situations that's gone on, by the Britney concert especially?
Well, people are really badly affected because you do see, a lot of places have closed down. And they won't open again.
Yeah, they've never come back.
We've seen that in the smaller communities in England as well, actually.
Yeah, so it's not making the situation better, is it, where they're keeping the pressure on? And but on the other hand, so you can get into the country because they also, I think, January, February until like the middle of March, you had to have the Britney to be able to travel in or out, you see. But now you can travel in or out without, but you still need to do a PCR test. So, yeah. So I don't know how long they're going to keep it up for, really. But, at the same time...
I think most...
Everyone in England thinks it's over.
Yeah, that's right. The way everyone's acting is quite funny.
No, it's not. The Soviet Union's definitely coming back.
They just had a little side game. That's all it was. They've got a little side game on the go. And then back to the Soviet position next time.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting to know. So basically, for you, while you've been in Austria, I guess you've had the yellow and blue carpet rolled out in the media, but it's actually the Soviet Union didn't go anywhere. Everything just stayed the same. But you've also had all of that as well.
Yeah. They are distracting from the Soviet Union with the whole blue and yellow thing, of course. And, that's also a bone of contention.
This is what I'm calling a side game.
Pardon?
This is what I was referring to as a side game, is the yellow and blue parade.
Yeah. Well, Austria, I think has a big stake in the blue and yellow flag, because Austria... part of it belonged to Austria, and apparently it was Franz Josef who brought in the language in that territory when they were doing the separation from the Russian culture, which is very interesting. But there does seem to be, it's a bone of contention as far as the government's concerned, because most people who live in Austria do feel that it is a neutral country and that Austria shouldn't be getting involved. And, they are letting planes fly overhead and trucks go through and things like this. So,
Okay.
Very interesting. Yeah, thanks for keeping us up to date because, we're only experiencing obviously our area and other realms through the media. We can see what's going on through our eyes in our local towns, but as far as other countries, unless we have these insights and these calls from people, as far as English people knew, the rest of Europe has sort of like forgot about it as well and just gone crazy yellow and blue programming.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Yeah, but little did we know that for some countries in Europe, not too far away from us, all the restrictions and the no one here is getting asked about a mask anymore. No one here is getting asked about.
No, they don't. I mean,
tests aren't even free
no
anymore.
one's enforcing it. I mean, I went to the supermarket earlier just to pop in to get something quick, and they had a sign at the front saying, "Please wear a mask if you can."
If you can be bothered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Master Lee, you there? Salutations, sir.
Salutations.
Did you enjoy the set from Homer Beats?
Yeah, I was out with the dogs and having a little dance.
The dogs are very nice.
Yeah, so Beta Positiva, apart from the continuation of the restrictions, is there anything else that you're seeing report worthy? Any change in the public sort of consensus around your part of the realm or not?
Well, I think it's interesting that Orban got into Hungary as president again, and a lot of people thought he wouldn't, and they were also telling him off for kind of being controlled by like Putin. So that's interesting, it's interesting.
Hopefully he is.
What?
I said hopefully he is. That'll probably get me in trouble saying that.
Well, he did go 10 days before the whole thing kicked off. He did go to meet with Putin, allegedly to talk about the Britneys, their special Britneys, and about the gas, about the pipeline.
Well, from what I know about the man in the alternative media, he seems to be completely against globalism, the whole forced multiculturalism experiment. He seems to be pretty much against everything that George Soros pushes, which is sort of a good start for a politician if you were to trust any of them.
The dirty West.
Yeah,
that's what he thinks. The dirty West.
Yeah, and if whether you agree with that sort of more orthodox Christian viewpoint or not is another story. But at least it's rejecting, like the trans rainbow agenda and that kind of stuff, which is obviously harmful for kids. So
yeah, I mean, yes.
It's like, obviously, it's like the lesser of two evils, really. Do you want the destructive West or some sort of nationalist authoritarian dictator? I'll probably take the dictator.
Yeah.
And they've got a playbook for both.
Yeah.
I think Orban is a bit of a wild card, I mean, I think it's funny that he always has fluffers when he talks in the parliament. He has like these kind of gangster types pulling faces. They're kind of like fluffers. He is an interesting character, but he tends to go with the flow, But at the moment, things are definitely freer in Hungary than they are here. And I'm going over to Hungary soon.
Cool.
And then I'm going to see for myself. Because, I mean, the other side of the coin is that, there's also a lot of homeless in Hungary. There's also a lot of poverty. And then recently have been writing, people have been writing, oh, you can't get flour in the shops. So I'm not sure, but again, it depends what area you're in. Sure. So it'll be interesting, because I do stuff for this Hungarian radio, which is like a free thinking radio.
So that leads me on to one of my questions for you, Beta. So am I right in thinking you do spoken word, don't you?
Pardon?
You do spoken word stuff on the stage, do you? Is that correct?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of the bits on your videos on YouTube.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I checked you out. I think because we were talking last time, and I wanted to know a bit more about it. I can't remember why I started looking into it now, but I wanted to know a bit more about it. What you do really. Do you want to talk about it? Because do you incorporate some of your your beliefs of what's going on at the moment within your stuff you do on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done much spoken word on stage. really, I've been doing mixes and kind of doing interviews with different bits of information. But yeah, I want to get back in the spoken word, and I will be in the UK in May and June.
Excellent. Whereabouts in the UK are you going to be going to then? You going like London and places like that? Or?
I'm going to be in London, in Glastonbury, in Liverpool, and in Bournemouth.
Oh, very good. Well, you have to give us a shout when you're in Bournemouth, and maybe you can do something with the show with some artworks, or even as a guest.
Yeah, that'd be really cool because I love your music.
Yeah, drum and bass has got good energy, and so has hip hop as well. To be fair.
Yeah, and I do want to do a bit of spoken word when I'm there, because I must admit I'm a bit rusty now. But
you have to sharpen up, won't you? It's the thing is, I think spoken word and music and all the different sort of forms of creative sort of output is important in our movement and the message, because it helps people remember the message. You know, it gives them something to go with.
Definitely.
And especially if it's positive, you know, it's really important to have a positive message. There's enough negative out there as it is.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's one of the things that we have to remember with all the doom and gloom around us, to visualize what we would like. And
start creating.
I can't stress that often enough, and I have to remind myself as well. So.
Yep. Absolutely, and I think that's a really important point. Is, you know, we need to remember that we are projectors as well as consumers of the metaphysical realm. So we need to be careful what we're thinking about and what's consuming us, and therefore what we're projecting out. Yeah. So yeah, think positive and be aware of what you're co-creating, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's my birthday today.
Oh wow! Happy birthday!
So yeah, thank you.
I'll play a Rise Above jingle to happy birthday. Happy birthday from the whole family.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. And right, when you've been to Hungary, when you come back, make sure you call in on the next customer services show to let us know the difference.
Well, he's coming across the UK, aren't you? So it'll be good to.
I'm going to come to the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I'm interested in the Guardian's work as well, but I have not sent an email yet because I'm not online very much. So
I think in the Guardian's work is interesting to everybody.
Yeah, you're very welcome. When you're ready, just send an email.
Yeah.
Yeah. And don't forget, we've got midweek Ideas Dojo with Master Lee, and the in-depth one is on the Sunday as well. So there's plenty of opportunities now to touch base with us and to go a little bit deeper. Then we can potentially go on the Friday night shows when we've got all these crazy buttons going on and shit. So yeah, thank you very much for calling in. We need to open up the phone lines again, and also I've got loads of emails to read through as well. So thanks very much for calling in, and it's always a pleasure. And make sure you call us when you get back from Hungary. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Right, live your life right from the heart. Today's never too late to start, because love equals love, and you equals you. To thine own self, thou must be true. Rise above.
Rise above. Love
it.
Britney, bitch. See you later. Take care. Oh, who've we got that? Empathetic Rebel is calling back in. Hello, you're through to Rise Above. You know about the words you're not allowed to say. Welcome back.
Hi, welcome back to you all.
It's lovely to hear from you again.
It's been a wild ride since I last spoke to any of you guys, and I just want to kind of echo and kind of share my somewhat horrific but somewhat powerful and positive experience of what's happened to me and how that sort of represents and how we can sort of project that out there. So
perfect.
For me, what I want to tell everyone during this kind of lull of the Soviet Union, things are not as bad anymore, you can relax a bit. It's really important to kind of collect yourselves, to kind of care, like self-care and looking after yourself, making sure that you're still keeping your finger on the pulse of what's going on in the world and Soviet Union and all that stuff, but you're also making sure that you're not projecting that negative energy, and you are being not letting your own negative energy and your negative fears sort of out there too much. So when all this started to go wrong for me, I was listening sort of back last year. I was listening to some cracking people, but I was also listening to some really negative people in the scene.
Yeah.
And I was helping the children's charity produce entertainment on a daily basis. I was a carer for my father who was bedbound, and I was a support worker, and my life was chaos and was crazy. And I let a few people kind of dictate things and kind of tell me things, and I just got too caught up in the stress, too caught up in what could happen, what might happen.
I remember seeing a comment you posted, and you said that it was getting too much for you, and you needed to take a break. And I said, take a break. I wish you well. And I said, listen, when you want to come back, we're always going to be here. But yeah, if you need to take a break, do that for yourself, 100%.
Yeah. So something happened to me in October that I don't have much memory of because, so basically I had seizures, and they were so bad that I was intubated, and they put me in ICU, and that changed my life because there's a police case that was active that is no longer active, so I'm a little bit more free. My family thought that somebody had been drugging me and doing other things. Now, I no longer communicate with this person, which is a good thing. However, it just goes to show that you need, you know, in this movement and in what we're doing, you need to keep your eyes open. You need to keep yourself.
Yeah.
Make sure that you're not letting that negative energy overrule your life, because that incident wiped a lot of my memory and wiped a lot of my thoughts away. It just literally, we still don't know what happened, but it felt like it was destroying my life at the time. But now I have so much more clarity and more. I'm more the observer of the chaos rather than being in the chaos.
Wow,
it's done a lot of positive. Yeah.
That's that sounds really positive for sure. So you've managed to sort of what can I say, rise above it and try to externalize what's being foisted upon you and act as a casual observer rather than like you say, the subject of the chaos. That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really good. That's rise above right there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's everything that we've been talking about, really, isn't it?
Yeah, literally.
The last few months.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third point of perception.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's about you have to look after yourself. You know, with the people are starting to get into the sort of food situation and food scarcity, but you know, just observe it and just continue as you were, because prepare and plan by all means. But if you're not looking after yourself, if you're not maintaining joy and doing the things you normally would do, you're letting them win.
Yeah, well, looking after yourself is obviously, in my opinion, it's one of the most important parts of preparing for what could potentially be to come. If you're not in a good state yourself, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, then, you know, then you won't be in the best position to fend off any attacks or any harsh conditions that might be coming.
It's about, we spoke about this before, it's about balance. And
I
remember years ago watching this, like a program about martial arts and the ethos behind it. You know, for every hard thing they do, they have to do soft things. So, for example, he would stand on the eggshells and paint, and then the next time he'd go and be fighting in the ring. You know, it's an interesting thing. You have to have balance, really.
Absolutely.
This is what I was alluding towards earlier on when you spoke about what was that lady? The lady witch.
Marina Abramovic.
Yeah, Abramovic.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So we have to be very, very careful and watchful of a lot of this stuff from the dark side, because their ultimate aim is for self-slaughter, self-sabotage. So they can kind of insinuate and make all kind of hints towards certain things, and they just let it roll. They let us do the damage. So, as an example, if they put it out in the media that there's going to be some kind of shortage, guess what? We'll actually manifest the shortage. You can see that with the fuel crisis type scenarios. Well, this also happens on a psychological level. So if you allow suggestions or the power of suggestion to become some form of self-slaughter, self-sabotage, then they've won twice, because they haven't actually had to do anything for the same outcome of destruction or negativity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it felt like. It felt like my life. I kind of, there's some really horrendous incidents in my support work where people passed away, and the doctors were saying, "Oh, they're on a waiting list. What else do you expect?" People around me were sort of dying from other things, and there was an incident where a woman, because of something that happened to one of her children, because this disabled child didn't get enough care that he needed, that he usually would have, he acted out to one of her children, and there was a situation where this woman's children might be being taken away. So when a lot of negative things are coming into your life, now what I know is not to let that own your life. You've got to own your own life and try and manifest, like you say, what you want to happen rather than what is happening.
No one else is going to create it for you. We've all got to do it ourselves.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like if we're not I've come to the conclusion, if we're not consciously trying to co-create every single day, then basically someone else or another force will be co-creating for you, be creating for you.
They'll be filling that space.
Yeah, we'll be filling that void.
Exactly. And just before I go, I will say that having so many seizures and having your brain wiped of memories and being so ill that you don't know how your life is going to be might sound like a horrific, traumatic thing, which it was. But that time of illness was sent to me to help me sort of regather myself, recapitulate, and just make me aware that I needed to look after myself. I was useless to anybody else if I couldn't, if I wasn't on my A game. And there was a lot of shit that went down last year where I was not on my A game, and it actually served as a very valuable lesson, and I'll never forget it. So rise above.
Yeah, no, listen, you've literally just exemplified everything that we talk about on the show. So thank you very much, Empathetic Rebel, for calling in and sharing that with us.
And I'm so sorry for sending in that email, but I didn't want everyone to wonder where I'd gone, and I didn't want people to think that I wasn't responsive. And I was under a lot of control by family, because I've got people checking in, making sure that I don't have mental health issues, and a lot of family were saying, "Oh, you shouldn't talk to that person anymore. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that." And it was really sad for me not to communicate. But now I'm back, and I'm back with clarity. Rise above.
No, you sound great. You sound back to yourself, and it's good to hear from you. So thank you very much for calling in.
Rise
above.
Thank you. Rise above.
Take care.
Rise above, yo.
Rise above, generate, rise above.
Wow, awesome show so far.
Right, Lance, that's three.
So thank you very much for coming.
Oh, I think that was leftover echo from that call.
We've sold enough merch for a free.
I'll give away another T-shirt next time. When Oma Beats plays us out, we'll give away another T-shirt with the Liquid Metal Rabbit.
So big up Jay Redwood. You ordered some merch.
I have got some other stuff on the agenda. I don't even think we're having a chance to get to my news section, because this is customer services and I want to keep it interactive.
And we've got Helena Phoenix on the line.
All right, just
coming up.
All right, just before we have Helena Phoenix, I want to have a look at something that was sent in to me by Eye for an Eye, which is actually the theme for the show tonight. Where's it gone? It was that thing that you had up a minute ago.
Oh, yeah.
Can you get it up?
Yeah.
They sent in a whole letter, and it's basically about what Rise Above meant to them. See, this is why I need my Andy PG. There you go. It came on. I'm actually going to put it on the screen. It's so badass. It came on like Rise Above headed paper. Let me pull it over here so everyone can see it. No, that's an invoice for my MCing. Okay, here it is. So this was sent in to us by Eye for an Eye, and it sort of sparks my idea for the theme for tonight's calling. So maybe I'm starting something here, an idea. I hope, and maybe other Rise Aboveians can share. They can bring theirs in also. Why listeners ended up following or supporting this show, this platform, Rise Above. Something I've wanted to get down in words for some time. I want to explain the special connection that I feel is unique to myself, or maybe it isn't, but I feel it is. The connection begins with Mark Devlin, someone that I've previously followed and still do to this day. Mark mentioned he does a mic update of previous appearances that he recently done. He mentioned Rise Above, Lance, Double LMC, a show and episode of broadcast live on the 23rd of April 2021. Well, so almost a year ago, or just over a year ago, which I watched via a replay and no interaction via live chat. So the first time they saw Rise Above, it wasn't live. The connection wasn't made yet, but it left me thinking, regardless, very interesting. Around this time, Mark also mentioned Sheep Farm brothers, Dom and Chris from Yorkshire, like myself. From Yorkshire like myself. So I began researching those avidly. But still thinking about Rise Above, and time passed until I decided to take the plunge in the live chat on Rise Above 36 Time to Party. It was my stag do and Oma Beats' birthday. And I remember this moment like it was yesterday, right? I remember fondly when my first proper comment got a direct reply. My comment was, "How long is this stream for?" ? And Lance instantly replied, "For as long as we fucking want, that's how long." Many other interactions followed until the seminal bars, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, it's Double L Manic live in the booth, Double L's making note, Double L was making note of my handle, in the nick of time and just flowing. Yeah, I did a little freestyle. It did state at the time that would stick. I was like, wow, let's have this. Check the stream if anyone wants evidence of this happening. To this day, Lance gives me these interactions. It's not silly, it's special. I was also to find out that Rise Above is based in Bournemouth. That's another intrinsic connection that links back to my childhood holiday. So Eye for an Eye has obviously got like some seaside childhood nostalgic memories about Bournemouth. I don't believe in chance meetings. Also, this behind the scenes episode is going to happen. I really do hope so. Big up all the Rise Above family. Now tell us your connections. I know there just must be so many. Wow, thank you very much for that like in-depth personal insight.
Really nice.
It is really nice. And I remember that moment like it was yesterday, my stag do. Can we get rid of the sex bots again? We've got
admins, we got the sex bot attack.
Rabbit sex bots. Oh yeah, we need to show that meme now, don't we? So we did get let me just get rid of this. We did get a meme about the sex bots from Auntie Coviet. Where was it? Oh yeah, here it is.
Oh yeah, we got a few.
Big up Auntie Coviet. Guys, we're getting attacked by sex bot rabbits. We only deal with whole rabbit here. And is that a massive pink rabbit? Oh my god. Right. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've got loads more. Oh, where's it gone? I've got loads more comments and everything. But I'm sure we've got someone else to call in, haven't we? Is Helena Phoenix going to call in?
Yep.
Well, if she doesn't, I've got shitloads more stuff to talk about anyway. So where did we get to? Church of Lucifer, Marina Abramovich, sex bots. Oh, here we go. Here's our Australia correspondent, Helena Phoenix, calling in. You got to press accept the call, mate.
No, we're calling.
Oh, you're calling her?
Yeah.
Right, got you.
Hello?
Hi, you're through to Rise Above. You know what you're not allowed to say.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, good. This is Rise Above Customer Service.
Yeah, you're through to the Customer Services Department. How can we help?
Okay, wonderful. I need to speak to the manager there. I have a complaint.
You're speaking to the manager. How can I help?
Okay, wonderful. So my complaint is, I think your show has actually ruined my life.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. And it's really important that you know this. Because your masculinity and camaraderie and respect for one another has really made me raise the bar when it comes to men. And what I'm surrounded by here in Australia is just a bunch of lowlights. So, yeah, thanks for that, guys.
Did we manage to set a foundational sort of benchmark standard to identify who's a soy boy?
Oh, you guys are off the show, seriously. You can't label you. I mean, honestly, the amount of respect that you guys exude and give to one another as well is really, I can't even describe it. You guys are really amazing. You know that.
Thank you so
we all
much.
know that.
Thank you.
That's very flattering. Thank you.
No, it is. It is. You know, we all know that we each one of us is an individual, and we all bring something completely different and unique to the table. And I'm very proud of my little team that I've assembled here, and each one of us. Yeah. I think we're doing all right.
It's the respect. That's another thing that I've noticed is just being lost. It's just respect. People have very little of it, and you guys exude respect. It's amazing to see, and it's good that it still even exists. And I bring it into my life, and I say, they say that if you show respect to others, you'll get respect back. That's one of the biggest myths you'll ever hear. And but anyway, on with customer service. I had to get that out. That was my complaint.
So the complaint was that it's made Australian men look bad compared to I don't think are we setting an example of English men here? I'm not sure. I'm not so sure.
Well, some would say so. I don't think some would say.
Yeah, there's nothing here, gentlemen. There's nothing here. I mean, I challenge. Are there any Aussies even in the chat? Can someone say hi?
I got a message earlier on from someone in Australia. We have a lot of Australian viewers. There's got to be someone else in the live chat from Oz. Let us know.
Yeah, definitely let us know. And if you're in my area, hit me up. If you're a Rise Above listener, you must be.
I'm sure I got an email from someone, a guy in Australia, and he was saying,
"Can we do some matchmaking here?"
Yeah, maybe we should have a dating site on the new website. And trust me, I am working on a new website with Sagehead and JB, and it's going to be super interactive, and it's going to be like a proper hub, updated all the time, where us guys can go there, we can meet, we can get resources, online guidance, whether it's meditation, breathing. Get in contact with Inner Guardians.
Have a whole Master Lee section.
Yeah. We're really gonna go in and create a whole hub for this new community we're trying to build, and this new way of being in this realm.
Yeah, it's a whole other level. A lot of people aren't ready for it because you guys are. It's even past too real. It's just you're fully all just being your authentic selves. And it's easy to be your authentic self when you're an amazing person, human being. And yeah, so the contrast of what I'm experiencing, what I'm seeing, like in real life, in my world here, is just. I mean, what the lady was talking about in the call before. I'm sorry, I didn't catch her name. That she rose above. She had to rise above it all. And I'm finding even in the freedom movement here. I'm rising above, and I'm moving forward.
So Helena, you're seeing a very low level of consciousness from others around you.
I think she's even talking about men in the freedom movement.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, even in the so-called freedom movement, you're seeing a low level of consciousness.
Freedom movement.
Oh, absolutely, guys. And as a woman, even women in the freedom movement, because I'm moving forward, and a lot of people aren't liking it. In fact, I'm getting more pushback from the freedom lovers in my life than I am from any Britney Spears person. It's really eye-opening, this evolution we're going through, and how people are showing their true colours and they're going to be left behind. I don't know what. I'm moving forward. I'm staying in my power, and people don't like it, especially women. Women can't stand it.
No, but we find it threatening.
Instead of as an example, I love.
The freer you are, the more intimidating you are to those who are enslaved.
And again, mainly from the freedom lovers.
I would say it's got to be a degree of jealousy as well, but they're scared to be that way and stand up and be strong. They wish they could, otherwise they would be.
Well, you guys being artists and intellectuals and thinkers and great fighters and all that, you tend to be a little bit different to most people. I'm not saying that we're better. I'm not saying that we're better. I'm just saying we're different.
Sure.
And I find them hard to relate to. They find me hard to relate to. And I'm either going to come down to their level, which I won't, regardless of whether that makes me a little bit of a target in my area. Actually, I'm at the point I don't care. That's some heavy-duty strength to be walking alone like that. Sure, Joan. Sure. Walking alone like that and running the risk of really pissing people off. So that's evolved over time. Remember, I'm in Australia, so there is a big pushback here with everything that's going on. So you do get a lot of the people that, for lack of a better term, I say freedom lovers, but they're not freedom lovers. I don't know.
They claim to be freedom lovers.
Yeah. Yeah, and then when freedom's right in front of them or sovereignty or something real, they can't deal. They can't deal. I'm like, okay, that's your level. No worries. See you later.
Yeah, that's one step too far. Actual, real sovereign freedom.
And then listening to you guys, it's like, oh, you just keep going further, and it's like, I keep going further. It's like,
I feel like we're just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are tangible. There's nothing in. You guys are very tangible. What you say is very tangible, and it's very real what you're doing. And no one's doing what you guys are doing. You do realise you are.
Well, we're very lucky to have created this little magnet, because now, like, in the last couple of weeks, we've been physically connecting with our affiliates. Like, when I see Terra Slim and JD, I'm going to go and see those guys the weekend after next. I'm driving up to both of their farms to see their polytunnels and the food they've been growing.
Nice. And it's nice to have Mark Devlin in the studio with us.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But we've got this network of people, and we've created this table and this little magnet here, this Rise Above thing, this little Ra magnet. And now people are coming out of the woodwork, and it's bringing people forward. Now, I'm working on the retreat. We've got Sheep Farm in Tono, Dom and Chris, with the Health Bunker. They're doing great work.
And you've got people like Bradley Golden over in Texas doing what he's doing with the organic
food. And he's teaching people how to do this,
fend for themselves organically.
This growing in their garden, where you can have this cycle and all this
permaculture.
That's it, permaculture, where really super efficient way of growing food.
The land feeds itself.
It's happening. I've always had this ethic: build it and they will come. Don't dress for the job you've got. Dress for the job you want. Throughout my whole life, people always accuse me of who the fuck do you think you are?
You're a white supremacist, apparently.
I know exactly who I am, and I know exactly what I'm doing. So just get out of my way and let me do it. Do things, and then people will come. We started small here. We started with nothing, and we had 50 people tune in. I was happy with that, but in my heart, I always knew this would get big. I always knew that this would get big. Is this an incel channel?
Human 2.0. Stop being a dick in the chat, man. Honestly.
Human 2.0 he's cracking me up tonight. He's called Master Lee, a Russian shill. With the free dumb movement. Yeah,
that's a compliment.
It's a compliment on Putin's payroll. Yeah, no, it's much appreciated to get this recognition. Not that I need anybody stroking my ego, but no,
I know you guys don't need it. That's the irony of it. I guess I'm just humouring myself. It's like I need to say it, and I'm probably thinking what most of the women are thinking in there. But just to give you a little bit of social insight into Australia, I mean, you guys, you can meet up. You got stuff going on. Master Lee's got his dojo thing going on. I mean, you got amazing things going on here. Here, there is nothing, gentlemen. There is nothing. The morale here in Australia is so low. The trust amongst people is so low. It's actually, and I don't mean to be so negative, I'm just dealing with reality here and what I'm observing.
That's fine.
Yeah, people are almost frightened of each other. Something's going on here.
Do you know what? I'd say the
not-
Soviet Union's done a fantastic job over down under.
They've done a right number on everyone. Yeah. People have been psychologically damaged.
Yeah, well, see, to me, I see that as a reflection of the Australian mentality, the fact that they're so weak, that they've succumbed to it. And I'm Spanish, so, I grew up here, but I feel more Spanish. My blood is Spanish. I speak fluent Spanish. The way I dress, everything, I don't fit in anywhere here at all. And, the Australian way, I've got to say it's and any Aussies again listening, if you want to challenge me, but there's something wrong with them. There really is. They're very fake. They pretend they care. They don't really care. It's all pretend here. There's a dark underbelly of what the society is really like, and it's going to be seen soon. Watch Australia, guys, because you're going to see. Real dark underbelly of society is going to come from here.
Maybe we should do an Australian special.
Yeah. Have you guys heard of the floods that are happening on the East
Coast?
Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah, I mean, only in people's Facebook pictures.
Yeah, the mainstream media is not reporting on it.
No, not at all. It hasn't even been mentioned in the mainstream media here, hardly. I haven't seen it. I've only seen Facebook pictures.
Look, the communities have calculated about 400 people are dead. That's not being reported. People went missing. It was the community and people outside of the community were coming in with jet skis, boats, everything to help. There was no government assistance at all. There was no army. And what the army were doing, they were coming in and they were pretending they were helping and taking photos and then leaving. I mean, it was shocking. It's shocking what was going on in the East Coast. And there was a few people reporting on it daily. So there's no obfuscating it. There's no getting around it. This is actually what's happening, and they've completely abandoned. So, again, another big eye-opener about the Australian culture. Yeah, sure, people are coming in to help, which is great. But it's because everyone's houses are flooded, so they've got no choice to help each other. There's a few altruistic people in there. I don't know, guys. I'm really not impressed with what I'm seeing with Australians at the moment, how easily deceived we are, because it just goes to show what you're dealing with to begin with, the types of people that are here.
Well, this is what the mind control does over time. It, beats people down with the easy lifestyles and the pumped media, fucking Kardashians and all of that. Everyone's just, everyone's more interested in taking selfies and posting it on social media than growing their consciousness.
Comrade Bezmenov says, once the demoralisation is complete, it's totally irreversible, comrade.
That's it. They can't even reverse what they've done.
You can show someone the most authentic piece of information about the truth and they can't even see it, just dismiss it.
That's it.
Yep. So people, sorry to interrupt, people such as myself, I'm either going to sink on that boat with them, emotionally, spiritually, because I'm surrounded by it, or I've decided I'm going to take on a different approach. It means that I might have to do it by myself and cop a lot of arrows. Fuck him, bring it on. And I'm talking about people around me. I'm not even talking about big brother government. I'm talking the policing around me from the other freedom lovers. I'm going up a level.
It's just time to rise above. Don't let them suck you down, isn't it? That's the solution. Is to use.
All these psychological operations are all designed to paralyze, to make people passive. They want to try and prevent people from actually doing something. That is what it's all about. Because if they can prevent us from actually doing anything, then they've got total control.
And where you guys are really fortunate is that you have each other. You have each other to bounce off. I'm quite envious of it, watching all you gentlemen. You've got each other to bounce off. You're in the same room. You can reflect ideas back and forward. It must be a very safe place to be. And some of us are out here completely on this boat alone. So I'm sure you're aware of that. That you're fortunate in that way. that you've got each other. By the way, Master Lee, you're breaking up a little bit. Is that my line?
You're breaking up a little bit as well. Listen, if you want to get more connected, innerguardians@gmail.com and get into the Wednesday night ideas dojo. I know there might be a time difference, but listen, you don't have to just wait till Fridays. If you're feeling alone and stuff and you feel like no one else is on the same wavelength, there's plenty more ways to contact people that you can bounce ideas off. That's what we're trying to, create. So make use of it, Helen.
Yeah, I will. I didn't know it existed until today. And another thing
It's
too,
new. It's new. Don't worry.
Oh, cool. For me, I already mentioned a few months ago that I was creating this homeschooling thing for.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's right.
So much is backfiring on me. I'm making barbecues on weekdays and stuff like that. I'm announcing it, creating events. Very few people are coming. Very few people are coming to the events.
That's really disappointing. So you're seeing things go backwards around you.
Oh, they're going backwards. And again, I'm talking about the quote-unquote freedom lovers. People are at the point of complete distrust. No one's trust one another. It's remarkable to see.
So, Helena, you're as well in Oz. You guys are in autumn. You're going into the winter now.
We're going into autumn. We're going into autumn.
Yeah. So are you worried that the Soviet Union's going to come back out to play and start locking parts of Australia down if the quote-unquote cases go up?
Yeah, I'm not really worried about. Worried's not the word. Inevitable, maybe. I'm ready. I'm ready for anything.
What do you think about the other Australians? Do you think they'll take it? Do you think they'll just bend over?
No, I think there'll be people are really pissed off here. They're really angry, which is. There's going to be a big pushback. People aren't going to take it, and it's not like an honourable thing. It's almost like a mental illness thing. People's mental illness won't be able to cope, so it's going to come out in all sorts of ways. So it's not like people are making a stand in an honourable, effective way. It's coming out in ways, mental illness ways. Like people are just melting down, ripping stuff apart like that. That's how it's manifesting. Yeah, the pushback.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as long as you're aware of it, you're observing it, and you are, you can see it for what it is, and you're not allowing it to bring you down, then that's obviously step one.
Well, it's really hard not to sit down with them. Again, you've got entities around you and people as well. And I'm not talking about Britney Spears people. I'm talking about people that haven't had it. There's something really up with them as well. I'm not seeing unity. I'm seeing their hearts being attacked in another way. Yeah, they haven't been speared and their heart's not attacked that way, but they're allowing themselves to get affected in other ways. Their heart get affected in other ways. They're losing trust. They're not being the change they want to see. They're angry. That could possibly because they're just woken up in the 11th hour and they've done no inner work.
And now they're pissed off.
Yeah, now I'm stuck with them. I'm stuck with them. I'm like, actually, no, you're going to be stuck with me, and you're going to be stuck with me because I trigger a lot of people because the way I am, and because I'm standing in my power and I'm standing in my sovereignty and I'm doing the great work and I'm out there doing it, copying the crap as well.
You won't take their bullshit.
I won't take the bullshit and I'll keep going. Even if no one comes to the event that I create for the children, and even when people do come, I swear to God, guys, this is going back to the respect thing. I don't even get a thank you. The lack of respect here, and I'm very respectful. I'm even respectful to a Lowy at first, and then not so much when they show me what they are. But I'm extremely respectful towards people, and people are incredibly disrespectful. Just even getting a thank you for what you do, what I do is it just doesn't happen. Not even a thank you. Thanks, Helena. That's awesome what you put on or what you've done. Occasionally I do, in the background, and some people have acknowledged what I'm doing because without any acknowledgement, if no one cares, I'm pulling out. I'm going to pull the pin. As long as I see even one or two people still caring, I'll keep doing it.
Yeah, sure. You need to at least know it's worth
Stay
it for
strong in your truth, yeah.
for your essence, and for you to expel your energy into. Yeah, of course.
Master Lee, do you want to chime in on this?
Yeah, well, I think the thing you got to look out for is if you factor in that so many people have had like a rude awakening, a massive conscious shock over the last 2 years, and potentially most of them or a lot of them weren't prepared already with regards to pre-inner work or any form of sort of character development to literally be able to take the truth. So it's probably that's probably a bit of a side effect from that. Because I'm sure a lot of people, when you find out that everything is a lie, everything's bullshit, it can be good for a while, but then it really hits home.
Again,
So I
and
think that's
I completely understand. Yeah, and that's definitely what's happening. And because I'm out and socialising with a lot of the mums and stuff that are just woken up at the 11th hour and they get what's going on. The fact that I'm sort of ahead with the knowledge and the information what I do with my life, it's like it's annoying people. It's bothering them. It's a very strange thing to see.
They've had a forced awakening as opposed to a sort of conscious awakening. Potentially, if things hadn't have happened over the last 2 years, they would still be following the mainstream, like they did pre-2020.
Any advice, Marceline? Again, I'm not putting myself above them or anything like that. These are all nuanced social interactions that happen that you see that rising above is actually pissing people off. Do you have any advice?
Well, one of the things that we do in the Inner Guardians Dojo is that we have to have grace. We have to be gracious, firstly to ourselves and also to others. So that's something that we really have to take into account. And it may just be a process. So as an example, they may be going through a difficult time because for most people, when they have any type of awakening, it's all kind of happy at the beginning. But then when they realize the terror of the situation, they can almost go into a form of depression. So I think, that process normally takes place through some form of initiation, yeah? But when you've got like a mass population or lots of people that haven't had or not been privy to that preparation or initiation, then it can be quite tough. It's almost like having a room with 3 people but only 2 chairs. So one of them is going to be uncomfortable. And that's normally the ones that are going through the process of awakening.
This is very powerful because this is actually a meme that you shared, right? With the 2 over elapsing eyes, and the quote was something like this: for those who are asleep, this realm is enjoyable. They enjoy the realm.
No, they love it.
They love it.
Yeah.
For those who are awakening, they hate this realm because they've sort of just worked out what it is.
Yeah.
But once you have fully risen above and reached to that level of total attainment, you can actually learn to enjoy the realm again.
Yeah, I saw you share that, Master Lee.
And I think this is really the crux of the work that we're trying to do here. For me, this is the most important thing, and it's something that I think that I've very recently, really in the last 6 months, been able to personally properly attain. Is I've actually managed to get to a level where I can look around me, and I can look at the crazy clan world that is descending within this metaphysical, physical, 3D rendered realm around me. I can look at the people that are clearly just NPCs and empty shells that are going along with the program. I can look at the people that I think are real people and have got a soul, and they're sentient players, and I can see some of them getting sucked along into this. And I'm just speaking from personal experience here, and anyone is free to shoot me down in flames. But for me, and I've got to think about how I conceptualize this, the only way to properly get to a level where you can enjoy this again is to really go back to first principles about the yin and the yang, and to know that right now we're on the path back to equilibrium. And this is one of my quotes I said before in 2020. The point of maximum polarity is merely a stepping stone on the path to the equilibrium. Yeah. So as the pendulum swings, before it goes back to the point of the equilibrium where everything is just neutral and fine, the part where it swings to the furthest, that's the point of maximum polarity. And you know, when we talk about the greatest apocalypse ever and stuff like that, I really think that's what's happening right now. Whether you want to say it's the ascending age of the Kali Yuga, we're going through this cycle, and right now this really has to happen. The the great harvest is happening. The wheat is being separated from the chaff. If there's not much good wheat and there's loads of chaff, that's the way the harvest is, and that's the way it will be.
And the veil was well and truly lifted.
Yeah, the veil is lifted. If you are unlucky enough to still be under the veil after the great lifting, then bad luck for you.
Well, we talked about voluntarily taking the red pill, didn't we?
Yeah,
Because later on you're gonna get it shoved down your throat.
Before anyone was even making memes for me, one of my favourite things I used to say is like, listen, you can call me whatever you want. You can call me a crazy tinfoil hatter. You can be intimidated by the fact that I am so metaphysically off grid. You can't come anywhere near me. My mental fortress is this tall, rah, rah, rah. But here, I'm holding you a glass of water. And right now, when you want to, if you have the red pill with this glass of water, it can be an enjoyable, enlightening experience. And you can start this crazy journey with enough track behind you.
You can actually laugh at it.
Enough track ahead of you to get to know how to survive on this track. But a lot of people didn't take the glass of water. They waited for the red pill to be inserted anally, dry, forcibly by someone with a Lord Schwab costume. Yeah?
Yeah.
So here we are. And there's everyone had that choice, Helena. And as harsh as this is, as brutal as this is, this realm is about choice. And nothing comes for free here. Everyone had
the realm doesn't care if you make a bad choice.
It doesn't give a shit.
No.
It doesn't give a flying fuck.
But you'll get the outcome that you created.
Everyone's going to get exactly what they deserve, one way or another. And if we are in the privileged position to be able to be spectators of the almighty shit show, as traumatic and horrific as that might be, as a conscious spectator, we should at least be pleased that we are spectators, and we should enjoy our seats. That's me. That's me speaking there. That's probably one of the realest things I've ever said, and people might not like that. But, you know, like Master Lee says, you know, I respect people's choice to self-sacrifice. Someone's got to feed the moon. It's not going to be me. I'm not feeding the moon, but someone's got to do it. That's how I get through this. And
but I think what Helena's saying is she's just surrounded by sacks of moon fertilizer.
Oh, absolutely, guys. Yeah.
Maybe try and focus on some kind of magnetic center. I know it's these are kind of words that we throw around, and it's very hard to actually do this. But I think it's more of a state of mind. So we need to kind of reach some kind of neutrality. Now, as an example, if you really want to read an esoteric book, okay, if you really want to understand any esoteric book, it's all about the pauses in between the sentences. It's not actually about the sentences, it's the pauses in between. That's something to elucidate upon. Because people think it's always about this or it's about that, it's about this, about that. Same with breathing. People always focus on breathing in and breathing out, but they seldom focus on the bits in between that, which is the pause.
Eric Clapton very famously said, like, they said, why are you like after the best guitarist? And he said, not about the notes I play, he said, it's about the notes I don't play.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, and Michelangelo, the artist,
we can't hear you that well, Helena.
Oh, I wonder why that
That's
is.
better. That's better.
It sounded like you put a sock over the phone.
Oh, okay. I must have just put it on my knee.
I think you did.
Michelangelo, who was the brilliant artist that used to carve the angels out of stone? Who was that?
Yeah.
Was that Michelangelo? Well, he said the same. He said the angels were always there. He just helped release them from the stone.
Yeah. Yeah, because the other thing is we can sometimes get focused on what is already here or what is manifesting, when in actual fact it's the bit before that is important. And this takes us right back to what we was talking about earlier on with regards to states of mind, you know, alpha, beta, theta, and stuff like that. These are really it's our state that we need to kind of work upon. And for the most part, everything that's going on around us is kind of a type of chaos and a distraction. But
I'll
also,
give you an example. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, also you got to factor in spirit. Now, two things: fighting, business. Okay, once you lose spirit, then you've lost. That's a very important thing to factor in. Once the spirit is lost,
Okay,
in
I'll give
whether
you
it's
an
fighting,
example.
business, and pretty much anything. So we
All
have
right,
to keep going. We've got no choice. We just have to keep going.
we'll give a tangible example of spirit if I interpret that this is what you mean. For instance, when I create events and I go out, get ready, dress nice, well-groomed, take my daughter, I'm smiling, happy, bringing great vibes, just being myself. It is not welcomed. It is not welcomed. I realise if I tone that down and act a little bit more depressed, it would fit the mood a bit better. The fact that I go out with such spirit, I'm noticing it's not being taken well. So that's what's affecting me. Do I stop taking that spirit with me everywhere I go, or do I turn it up and keep taking it everywhere I go?
I would just say you learn to embrace the discomfort that you're causing to others with your high spirits.
Yeah, have you got a reject the Soviet Union T-shirt?
Yeah, I would just say increase it until you actually learn to sustain yourself off the what was the disdain that your high vibes are creating. Learn to thrive off it. That's what I would do. Literally see that every time you just reverse it. Do what the dark occultists do. Take that, and every time you see someone that's physically repulsed by the fact that you're happy, just see that as like, well, that must be a good sign because that person is obviously some sort of negative entity. I would do well to repel them.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to start looking at things in this way. This is the warfare I'm really dealing with. I mean, we talk about spiritual warfare because I'm out there.
If you shift your altitude, your attitude will shift as well. Look on it from a different altitude.
The altitude is my problem. The altitude is my problem. I'm thinking, do I go out and play the 3D game and just pretend a little bit more, like pretend I'm depressed and stuff like that, just to be able to.
I would go and start psychoanalyzing them, asking them why they're so depressed.
Oh, well, we all know why everyone's so depressed because the government and what's being done to them. And
they just had a psychological operation just thrown in their face for two plus years.
The other thing you got to factor in is that this psychological operation, it's personalized. The way that this realm works is very, very smart. It's very, very intelligent. And it literally will personalize situations. And it will give us exactly what we need. And it will give us exactly as much as we can take. So, as an example, some people
through the mirror, Master Lee. Through the mirror. That's what people are facing.
Well, like I said, it's personalized. This is a very intelligent realm, and the denying force will be personalized. So, what will affect me will be different to what will affect Lance and everybody else. So, we have to remember the realm will give us exactly what we need, also what we can take. So some people will have a harder time and be surrounded by a certain dynamic of people for a particular reason. The case is to try and figure out what is it trying to tell you, what is the message. So I could give recommendation, but it might not fit Lance, it might not fit Andy, it might not fit yourself. It's kind of like, yeah, we've got to kind of work through it. That's why it's called the work or inner work.
Tell you what, the test, I've been tested many times in my life, and this one's just another major test. And then I asked myself, what's it all for? What's the point of it all? And then I've been looking into nihilism. I can't believe I'm even spouting that word out of my mouth, nihilism, and looking into the different types of nihilism. Positive nihilism, sort of the black pill side of things, and also the positive side of nihilism. And anyway, now I'm starting to go down a bit of a rabbit hole when really it should be much more certain in what I know and who I am and just keep plowing ahead. but it is quite a test.
It's making you question, though, isn't it? And we said maybe a couple of months ago that questioning is a form of consciousness, the same as critical thinking. Now, look at those who don't question anything. The mere fact you're noticing, or you've got these questions, shows that you've got consciousness.
Helena, can I ask you a question? Do you feel stronger since the Soviet Union struck?
Stronger. Oh gosh, some really
In
strange,
yourself?
horrible things happened to me. Stronger. Yeah, I'm heading there.
Yeah.
That's my destiny from the Soviet Union 2 years. My destiny is to be stronger. I've had to work on it.
Then the
I
catalyst
guess
is here
so.
for a reason, then, isn't it? All this friction here is on each of our personal levels, however it's presented to us. It's all presented to us.
I was telling
growth.
Mark earlier, when the Soviet Union hit, I stopped smoking tobacco because I heard there was a respiratory virus, and I'd smoked for a long time. And you know, then I started smoking blunts instead of joints, and now I've cut that right down as well. I mean, I still smoke, but nothing like I used to. But the Soviet Union forced me to do something.
become healthier.
And now I'm actually better. And I eat, I'd say, 75 to 80% of my diet is organic, and that's, you know, pretty much since the Soviet Union struck. I've got like right into foraging and back to nature. I live in the forest, so for me, like, you know, it's actually made me personally a better person. Like you said, it's making you stronger, Helena. I know it might not be a nice experience, but it's making you stronger.
But why do we need to be stronger? Like, for instance,
Consciousness
I don't know if
has
you
to
guys-
evolve, though, doesn't it? That's what it does. Consciousness evolves,
Yeah.
and it's like a scale. It can go up and it can go down, but it needs to evolve into
where-
something.
How long is this piece of string? Where does it go?
Well, like Master Lee
where are
said,
we
it's
supposed to
the
land?
universe is tailored. It's tailored
It
to
doesn't
the
really
individual.
stop. It doesn't really stop. I mean, as an example, I've studied the occult and esoteric for probably 40 years if you factor in everything from childhood as well, and it doesn't get any easier. You know, there's some people that wouldn't last 24 hours if they lived my life. I get hit by the denying force way harder than other people. I mean, look at tonight's comments. You know, people are trying to target me. There's a reason for that. Now, what do? Do I succumb to it? Do I place my attention on it? Do I allow it to drain my energy? No, it's more confirmation.
Well, may I point out something that maybe people need to hear, because I needed to hear it. I think I got a little bit fooled to think that the more I ascend, or the more conscious I become, or the stronger I become, the better things become. You know, that was the incentive for even being this way.
But don't
Was
forget,
I
the
thought,
universe will always reward courage.
and I am being rewarded. I mean, I'm on Rise Above talking to you guys. That to me is a reward for being the way I am. That's the way I look at stuff. This is my reward. The fact that I get respect from gentlemen such as yourself, that to me is a reward, and I'll put it down as a little victory I've had. And I'll keep it in my heart. Can't tell anyone because no one really cares, and that doesn't matter either.
Look
does
at
that make sense?
I mean, look at the gymnasium analogy. So you go to the gym, you get stronger, and then guess what? You have to put more weights on the machines.
Yeah, to keep the resistance up. Otherwise, you just plateau.
You don't get less resistance. So if I go to the gym now, I don't say, well, I've been coming to the gym for years, I'm going to lift less weight. It means I can lift more. So what I'm trying to say is, although the denying force will come at you thicker and harder or stronger, it enables you to actually build bigger and better things.
Yeah, but once those gains have been made, then that's when you can reap the rewards. We're not trying to say that the more you grow, the harder it just continually gets like that. Constantly, but you know, that's not necessarily the case. But when it's being thrown at us in periods of growth, the resistance must increase. It can't just stay the same, otherwise the plateau, then the growth plateaus as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and
growth
also-
isn't something that's.
Yeah, carry on.
And I was just going to say, growth isn't something that's welcome in society. People that want to grow. It's really it's policed. It's policed amongst one another, and that's another doozy I'm trying to deal with. I'm like, oh, okay, so you get to the level of growth and so groovy here and rock and roll, and then wow, now you're being policed by people around you. What the fuck? That's another level, I guess, and that's the one I'm trying to figure out. And I heard Master Lee, because Master Lee, when you say stuff sometimes, and it really has punch. There was one that you said about actually welcome these experiences. If you're up against something big, welcome it. Don't run from it. Don't be afraid of it. Actually face it and welcome it. Something along those lines. And I started doing that a little bit, and I'm like, whoa, I'm not ready for this just yet. Maybe in a couple of months, but slow, baby steps, Helena.
Yeah, well, it's all to do with like the approach towards the design force. That's important. We're all going to get hit by it because it's kind of lawful, because we live in a triad. So we have to face the three forces. Now it's just a case of our kind of approach, our state of mind, as how we're going to go into it or towards it. So as an example, if I do lots of inner work and life becomes wonderful, there's a high chance I might fall asleep because I'll be comfortable again. So we have to factor that in. So we have to be kind of like a little bit uncomfortable. People always ask me questions about say meditation. Why do we sit down and do meditation and not lie down or lay down? Well, because if you lay down and meditate, there's a high chance you'll fall asleep because it's too comfortable. By sitting unassisted, you have to have some degree of discomfort and some kind of sense that the body even exists. Otherwise, you'll fall asleep. But it's the same when we wander around this realm, going about our day-to-day business.
Yeah, I mean, when I was really putting it out there in 2020 and going out and speaking at protests and pumping out these videos that with the information that no one else is really putting out.
Serco speech, man.
And the Serco speech, like, to the outsider or to someone that might have thought that I was trying to do this for personal gain, must have thought that I was having the time of my life. While all that was going on, my personal life was in bits. Like, my relationship wasn't going well because I was neglecting my missus. I was getting attacked left, right and centre online. Even, people in the street would recognise me and sort of like, oh, fucking hell, it's him. The problems with the police.
You missed a few gigs, didn't you? Because the people didn't like your...
Oh, yeah. People, I lost bookings. So I put under great personal sacrifice and things were very, like my personal health, like the tidiness of my house, everything went downhill while I was really putting myself out there and going face to face with the denying force. But then, but then things changed. The growth that I needed to gain from that opposition thrown in my face was attained, and then I was able to like reapply that with a bit more knowledge, and then maybe the next round of growth hasn't been quite so tumultuous for me because I learned how to deal with it. But yeah, the first couple of cycles were very tumultuous and very sort of destructive for me in a couple of different ways. But I definitely feel stronger now. Definitely.
Yeah, and also anybody's initiation. Yeah, anybody's initiation. It may not just be like one event. It could be a process. Could be a period of time. I don't know of any type of initiation, whether it's a black belt in martial arts or some rite of passage that is comfortable. I don't know of one that's comfortable. There has to be an element of discomfort, and I think the discomfort is to wake us up. When you hear the alarm clock in the morning, it's not comfortable, is it? It's very uncomfortable, but it wakes us up.
Wake us up to what? There seems to be, for me, there's another missing piece. Okay.
I think your mic's on your knee again, Helena.
Oh, have you guys heard of the bonobo monkeys?
Yeah, bonobo monkeys.
Yeah, bonobo monkeys. Yeah.
Man, these monkeys are evolved. Like, they are pure love. They even help a human being, and they'll love on the human, like give them unconditional love. They'll just love them, especially the main female in the group. Love the human. They'll help them, and you're forced to love them back because they just love on you. They just love you. And I'm like, what are we heading towards? Is life just about getting really good at war? Just being able to be the best warrior you can be in this life. That's what we're here for. To train to be the best warrior. Because let's face it, like, I'm a woman and I will call myself that. You men are warriors, like in the times we're living in. It's almost like that's what we're forging here. We're forging just being the best warriors we can be in this life. Is that what life's about?
We look at it
Possibly.
like this. Listen, computer games where you just sort of like go out, play a day-to-day life and nothing much happens. They're not very popular. Guess what the most popular computer games are? Adventure games. If this is a 3D simulation, if this is an experience created by some super conscious, infinite creator for the sake of experience, then maybe we chose an experience like this.
Yeah, maybe we prefer. A lot of people wouldn't choose the life we got guys. I mean, Inner Guardians, Lance, Omen Beats. I mean, doing fire work out there, doing the great work, and you get more attacks when you're out there doing. It's not for everybody. Most people wouldn't want a life like that at all.
It's much easier not to do this.
Yeah, that's why people choose to stay asleep. That's why Cypher in the Matrix, he decided to eat steak and stay in the Matrix.
Yeah, because he really liked the taste of steak. He goes, I know this steak isn't real, but it's absolutely delicious.
Yeah.
And he ended up selling other people out so he could stay in the Matrix.
Like I say, I personally believe that our best moments are normally after we've gone through difficult times or a struggle. So as an example, if you had a choice between turning up, doing a black belt grading and really struggling, and then you finally achieve it and you get awarded your black belt, or you turn up and they give you a black belt for free. It has no meaning, it's empty. And for as long as we live in a realm that has different forces, then there'll always be a struggle, there'll always be the polarity, and that's what we're here for. We're here to neutralize it through consciousness.
Why are some of us so drawn to the hero's journey? Why are some of us like right on it? It's almost like everybody's forced to get on the hero's journey like ASAP or you're screwed. And we've been on the hero's journey for a long time. It's not new to us. So yeah, many the ones that we're talking about.
Everyone's gonna reap what they sow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me, I don't see it as a hero's journey. Like, someone came up to me. I was doing a gig the other week, right? MCing at this MMA event, and it's a cage in the middle of this big sports hall of about 1,000 people. And I came out, and some guy called me over from the barrier, going, "Please come here." And I had no idea what he wanted, and he just he goes, "Thank you for everything that you do. Rise above." And I was like, holy shit, you watched the show, and these people next to me going, what is this guy going on about? Thank you for all you do. This guy's just emceeing the show. And I was like, mate, honestly, like, this is the fucking least I could do. Like, for me, like, it's like
with what I know, I feel I would feel like a piece of shit if I didn't do Rise Above.
I feel like an absolute coward.
Yeah.
Like, well, apart from that, I'd literally go insane. If I tried to keep all of this inside my head while I saw what was going on around me, that would be seriously psychologically damaging to myself. So obviously have a certain level of service to self. In doing this, I have to get it out. I have to get this out. I can't just be learning this for 20 years and then see.
Plus, we all know it's a numbers game. The more people that are talking about this, the more people that know is the better for everyone. But not enough people, like, no offense to some of our listening audience, like, they just, it's for entertainment purposes only.
Yep.
But no one's actually speaking about it to anyone else.
Something that can be a type of good exercise. I shared a video on my social media today, and it was based in Ukraine. So you had an elderly couple. I would estimate they were probably in their 80s, and a Ukrainian soldier turns up and with some food. And these elderly people, they were literally living in a shed, like completely smashed up shed. And they come out, and the soldier says to the man, "What have you got to say?" And he says, "I'm not going to say anything." He said, "What about the old woman? What has she got to say?" Anyway, she walks out with a Soviet Union flag, big red Soviet Union flag, and she's a Ukrainian lady. She walks out, and he said, "Oh, I've got some food for you. Why are you carrying a red flag?" And she thought that he was a Russian soldier, not a Ukrainian. And he says, "Here's some food, but give me the flag." So he takes the flag off her and he stands on it. And then she realizes that is a Ukrainian soldier. And you know what she does?
What?
She puts the food back in the bag, gives it to him. And these are elderly people that are obviously starving. So if we think we're suffering, think what it's like for other people.
Yeah.
Think what their denying force is like at the age of 80. And I think she was blind as well. That's why she didn't realize it was a Ukrainian soldier. So she was prepared to give the food back. She was obviously hungry, just for her principles.
Stood on the ground.
Principles, honor,
she stood her ground, yeah.
All that's lost. Principles and honor. It's like, where is it? You know, where? I'm trying to be an example of it.
But the thing is, like, over the years and decades, the Soviet Union's just wound everyone up in debt and, you know, mortgages and all, and, you know, everyone needs their comfortable job because it's all about the physical. God forbid anyone should lose a daily comfort because they're talking the truth. Or, like, you know, their colleagues at work think they're a weirdo, or they might not get a promotion because they're seen as a weirdo in their free time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's down to courage. People are fucking scared.
That's right. So why are we different? Why were we becoming early artists and took a
Well, again,
red
I think
pill
it's
early?
down to principles.
What
Like,
makes
if we,
us
you know,
different?
I would feel bad knowing what I know and not talking about it. And like the same as Lance, like I said, your head would just explode with all the knowledge that you've looked into.
There's a deeper meaning to this game. There's a reason.
Yeah,
There's a
but
reason
why were
as
we
to what's
exempt?
happening.
Why are we exempt is my question. Again, I'm not saying that I'm better, we're better. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just talking about the mind, consciousness. How come there's a bunch of us that were exempt? Where, you know, you were saying before, Lance, about smoking weed and how it can obfuscate programming. You know, I haven't been a big weed smoker, but I agree because I've sat and watched TV when I was younger with smoke being high and I could see through it all. So why were we exempt? Why were we able to obfuscate mind control? What is it about certain people that... And not only that, we became creative with it. We didn't just go black pill ourselves and, you know, and go find escapism to its fullest. We're out there as artists. What warriors? It goes back to that. So we've got a warrior spirit in us that a lot of people just don't have. And there I am going out with a warrior spirit and wondering why everyone around me is so different. I have to face the realities. Not everyone's like that, you know?
No, that is the reality. Not most people are not like this.
It's the way the realm is designed, and there's nothing we can do to change it. So, as an example, have you got children?
I have a daughter, 7-year-old, yeah.
Okay. Do you love her? Is she beautiful?
She's my symbiosis. She's my heart. She's my soul.
Okay. Now, I'm sure when you gave birth, it was painful. It was probably almost like an awful experience. It's almost gruesome, gory. You know, a lot of husbands and partners, they faint or they can't bear it. It's and then also when you've given birth, you then got to bring up this baby that is screaming and crying and is real pain. You don't sleep. Think of all the suffering that goes and all the sacrifices that you make. But what have you got? You got a beautiful daughter that you love. That's the nature of this realm.
Nothing's for free.
That unconditional is for my daughter and my daughter only. I carry that as a human being because the human condition is so at its all-time low. The fact that we can still carry that kind of it seems to be for our offspring.
It's like someone emailed us in earlier and they said, can we see, do you think people are awakening? And I don't think, I think the world's going deeper into tyranny and enslavement, personally.
And self-loathing. That's the one I've noticed with people.
Like people's
just
morals
so
now are just they're
self-loathing.
so fucking degraded in society in general. They just are.
Yeah.
In the West, anyway. I'm speaking, for the West, the countries that I know. Maybe that's why Putin says, the dirty West, because we have just been attacked by fucking George Soros and the social programmers and engineers to demoralise us, ready for reprogramming.
But we outsmarted the engineers. We outsmarted them, and you know what? Through creativity. Creativity is a big key to this. They can't mess with the algorithm of creativity because it's infinite. You can create anything that someone else hasn't done. That's the one that they can't touch. Is creativity.
And that's why we've got to be very careful about what we create. Don't be tricked into creating in the negative frequency, on behalf of those that want us to do that for them.
It's funny because I said the word creativity, meaning in such a positive light, forgetting the other creative that they get us to create for them.
That's the thing. If you're a creator, you have to be very careful, because if you're a natural creator, then you can be hijacked. And when you're hijacked, you are much a more powerful tool than someone that's just going around consuming things. That's why the entertainment industry has been hijacked. The most powerful creators have all been used as tools.
And now look, you've got Lord Schwab's little right hand puppet talking about hacking humans.
Right, Helena, it's been great to hear from you, but we do need to free up the phone lines. I think we actually need some more Oma Beats. People are asking for Oma Beats, and I need to give away another T-shirt as well. But thank you very much for calling in once again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rise Above. Thank you so much, guys.
No problem. It's the least we
worries.
can do.
We'll speak to you soon.
Rise above, Helena.
Okay. Take it easy.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
It's getting on. I think we should just have some own beats and we'll
Call
play
it
out. We'll probably
just before we move on.
Final thoughts from Master Lee before we go on to
well, just before we move on, I sometimes try and think of certain things to say, and to be honest, I can't think of anything better, especially after this conversation that we just had, than Rise Above. It kind of says it all.
No,
absolutely.
absolutely.
It's the solution. It's the answer.
Yeah. It's everything is encapsulated in the name of the show. Just like a caller earlier on, she Empathetic Rebel, she was exemplifying this brilliantly. She was saying literally, I just had to rise above it and look from it from an external source. Yeah. Third Force installers, Oma Beats, come with the rhythms, my selector.
I would like to get to know if I could be the kind of girl that you could be down for.
Listen out for the Liquid Metal Rabbit.
When I look at you, I feel something tell me that you're the kind of guy that I should make a move on. I would like to get to know if I could be the kind of girl that you could be down for. 'Cause when I look at you, I feel something tell me that you're the kind of guy that I should make a move on.
Come cross my selector.
I would like to get to know if I could be the kind of girl that
Wicked sound of Rise Above on a Friday night, Oma Beats. Each and every. Thank you very much to everyone that called in tonight. Oma Beats has forgot the flashing lights once again.
I would like to get to know if I could be the kind of girl that you could be down for. 'Cause when I look at you, I feel something tell me that you're the kind of guy that I should make a move on.
Thank you to James Hall for buying a t-shirt. Listen up, the Liquid Metal Rabbit is coming.
Rabbit.
Nick Longsworth gets it. Nick Longsworth. Jay Townsend, you were second. Nick Longsworth, you can reply with your choice of t-shirts. You got the Liquid Metal Rabbit. Longsworth gets the t-shirt. Jay Townsend for second, Bruce for third. Well done, Nick Longsworth. Amazing interaction tonight from everyone tuned in. Thank you so much. It means everything. This is Rise Above Family in Action. Rise Above, each and every Friday night. You know we share them. Each and every Friday night.
Nights getting darker. Getting dark, nights getting darker.
Rise above, everyone.
Your days getting dark, nights getting darker, 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 darker.
Cheechman Duck. Unlucky Bruce, sorry mate, better luck next time. We'll give away more t-shirts in the next show.
From the dangers in the street, parasites and bad energies I just can't keep. I play my position and stay in my lane. I see the demons at my gate, but they're way too late. Time Times are changing, moving in a different direction. All we gotta do is keep on moving with objection. Gotta keep your faith and gotta keep your faith strong. Cause anything can happen when that faith is gone.
We're going to take a break next Friday because I'm going to go up and see JD and Terra Slim. I'm going to go on a whole weekender, see them at the farm. There is no show next Friday. We will be back a week next Friday. Don't worry, I'll sort you out a midweek show. There'll be loads of shorts. There'll be Rise Above, don't worry. So let me repeat, no show next Friday. We're going to take a break and we will return the next Friday. We'll be back on April 22nd. I think Steve's going to be in the studio too, Sinister Dread. Remember, in the meantime, when you see Rise Above shorts, give them a share. Remember, Rise Above .news/shop. We got all your rabbit t-shirts, bruv.
Your days getting dark, nights getting darker.
Thank you very much, Cymatics. I actually had a wicked comment from you I didn't even get to read out. We're chatting for too long. Big thank you to all the family.
Rise Above. We got the wickedest thing in the Soviet Union.
Thank you very much, Andy PG. Inner Guardians 33. Master Lee. This is Rise Above each and every Friday night. You know we generate the love. Wow. Don't forget about the Telegram. Big up Sam Carno. I'm going to get all the links on the screen. Rise Above each and every Friday night. We generate the love, extinguishing the fear because you know we've had enough. That silly little worm, convinced the world they spread the germ. Oh, my beats live on the track, MC Double M in full effect. Standard, allow me to interject. Come on, come on. Andy PG. It's not Andy PG, that's I'm a beat. Let me change that.
These things, they come and go. I'm here, where are you?
By the way, the plans for the Rise Above retreat are well underway. We've got so many things in the pipeline, family.
These things, they come and go. I'm here, where are you?
Big up Deep Fake Memes. I've got so many memes for the next show, it's stupid. Shout out to C, Sinstar Dread. He'll be with us on April 22nd. He's currently travelling back from Portugal. Oma's mixing up a special. What? This is a special Oma Beats mix.
Just hold my head above the water. For all your sons and daughters, I guess it's time for me to face the facts. Though I could fall right through these paving cracks, so I walk the line, no turning back. So I just keep on treading water for all your sons and daughters. Keep on treading water for all your sons and daughters.
Big up Kernsey. Sound of Oma Beats, listen. Sound of Oma Beats, listen. You like the Oma Beats cam? Can you see the fire extinguisher in the corner? That's in case Oma Beats sets fire to the booth. Watch it. Yo, allow me to elucidate why Oma Beats choose a break. Break. Allow me to elucidate why Oma Beats choose a break. Hold on, wait. Wait just a minute. Rise above family and we push it to the limit. Wait, hold on just a minute. Rise above family, we push this to the limit. Give it. Yes, it's time to bring it. Double them, we'll grab them, kill them and skin it. Yo, listen. Yo, allow me to elucidate why Oma Beats he choose a break. If this is final days, then bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love because we choose to rise above, extinguishing the fear? You know that parasite can't get enough. That hungry little worm convinced the world they spread a germ. We know which really lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, or we might miss a turn. The harvest is well overdue, the crops are gonna churn. Reap what you know, and keep what you sow. Deep inside the mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Fear the denying force until you choose to mount the horse. And with the help of Master Lee, I see the triad from the fourth. With the help of Master Lee, I see their triad from the fourth. Can you feel it? Feel what I'm feeling? I had a lot of fun tonight, guys. Thank you very much. A big shout out to all the memeticians. Everyone that's sending anything in. We love you.
too hard to make this work. It's taking its toll when I revert back to the memories of a simpler time, where open warfare is my own design. Give me what you're giving right now. Give me what you're giving right now.
of me. See him when you see him, general for the thing. It's a rain, you come in, drop in your gabardine. Them a look and a watch like live stream. And the song purple like ribena on me. Them a dream like Arlene. Mount King, them boy they a queen like Arlene. Hey, nobody tell me say me can't. 5, 6, 7, 8 dropping on me part. Hey, warrior in a me heart. Philosophic in a mind. I deliver you the art. Who them a program? I me say who them a young girl of them iPad. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? I coulda who them a program?
Wicked tunes to end with, Omar.
Of them iPad. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? Me nah watch no face make it do what it do. From the first time when nomads a po. Cause them no want to see you in the cope. I go throw them we call Babylon and stay a trope for you. Then them come with them warrant. Kick off door or run in a you apartment. Whoa, yeah. The fire wa go stalling. Ja when them falling, can't say we never want them, no. Hey, cause them power couldn't real.
That is
try
the last
all them
one.
want and them couldn't crack it.
It is, it's 2 o'clock.
Who not hear them I go feel. Lassie and me shield. So they couldn't stop a meal. Who them a program? I me say who them a young girl of them iPad. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? I coulda who them a program? I me say who Miss a Babylon of them iPad. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? Watch his sprinter, man a run marathon, madder than wanna done rhythm where he proper pan, rapper pam. Them no badder than Papa San, beetroot, carrot, I be packing at the caravan, travel plan. See you moving with a paragon. Confident, no confuse it with no arrogance. Rasta man no confuse it with no paragon.
No.
Paragon, Shashamani.
I said last one we've got to talk about building a shack.
Say me words, them not go mute. See what them do and that really never suit me. Hey, them not even know the root. Africa for Africans, I deliver you the truth. Who them a program? I me say who them a young girl of them iPad. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? I coulda who them a program? I me say who Miss a Babylon of them iPad. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band?
Right. Thank you very much. No show next week. We'll be back on April the 22nd on a Friday, but there will be some midweek shows in between then. Rise above.